don't know if you want to say anything about that, Angela.
Other than to say thank you to everyone who attended. We had a lovely conversation with Shelley Spence, and we found a new TV presenter because Renee was our interviewer. And honestly, if accounting doesn't work out, you have a career in TV interviewing. Of course, it works out. No, it was a lovely evening, and we just want to formally thank Shelley Spence and her team from the Auditor General's Office and CPA, and of course all the women here. So thank you for making it a fabulous success, and Leah for organising, and Saya, I think, had a lot of input as well. So thank you.
That's great. It's good. We were able to take advantage of being in Ontario to make that happen. It's really good. Ross, anything administrative? Okay, good. So we had some very good discussions yesterday on both topics. I think good direction, in particular on tangible natural resources. Some important decisions taken. So really, hopefully, we're on a roll. I don't want to jinx it, but obviously we have some very important discussions today in terms of having had the preliminary review of the record number of responses that we received to the climate-related disclosures, ED. Now's the time to actually start to use that. Obviously, we've also had good input from not only through that mechanism, in terms of the formal written responses, but there have also been discussions with the SRG and the CIF in the intervening period, and of course, discussion with the CAG. So I think the board's got a lot to work with, and we've deliberately allowed plenty of time today to make sure that we have time to make sure we've properly evaluated and we've looked at it in detail. So without further ado, perhaps I'll hand over to Karen to take us into the item.
Thanks, Ian, and I'd like to thank the board for taking the time to attend all the SRG and CIF meetings. I know we had a lot of board members observing the meetings this time round, and those are the issues that we discussed with the CIF and SRG are the ones that we will discuss with you here now. And we have a very full agenda where we will bring you first to the background, what we talked about last time in the April check-in, and then also we have 6 issues to discuss and deliberate with the board. And so in the April check-in meeting, the IPSASB reviewed the staff summary of the 96 responses that we received from constituents across those 10 SMCs, which are split into more detailed issues and also grouped into some of the thematic categories. And where we have 3 thematic categories. The first is the cross-cutting theme, which is a pervasive theme that has appeared throughout a number of responses across the different SMCs, and this was on single or separate standards. So whether the IPSASB, whether the climate-related disclosure standards should be split into own operations and public policy programs. And this was the issue that was discussed with the CAG on Monday and was also brought to the SRG and the CIF for their input as well, just to get a diverse set of opinions from different sustainability expertise and also preparers who are in the field. And moving on, we have issues of principle, which are recurring issues that have been raised by a number of respondents as well, and these will all require board deliberation. And there are issues of principle that fall under both own operations and public policy programs, but as you can see here, there are a lot more issues of principle related to public policy programs. I think the biggest issue that we've received from staff and it identified from the staff side is the scope of public policy programs, which will require some board deliberation. And moving on, we have implementation issues, which was what the board discussed back in March, to have an implementation phase after the development of the final pronouncement to address implementation support of the standard. And then moving on, back to the identified themes. The instruction from the board back in the April meeting was to bring back options for addressing the cross-cutting theme in this meeting, the June meeting, so to address single or separate standards, and to undertake detailed discussions on the own operations issues in this meeting, which is alignment with greenhouse gas protocol and scope 3 greenhouse gas emissions, and also to defer issues of principle related to public policy programs to future meetings, as you see in this diagram where we have grayed out public policy programs and implementation issues, which was discussed in the April meeting as well. And so in this meeting, we'll be focusing on the issues that are in the red brackets. Alex will bring you to the cross-cutting theme discussions, and I'll bring you to the own operations discussions, which are on alignment with S2, and also on the greenhouse gas discussions. And Alex will bring us back to materiality and also IFRS S1 alignment. So with that, Ian, I'll bring it back to you for discussions.
Okay, I think that's clear, and that responds to the discussions that the board had around the response analysis. So unless there's any comments or anything, I'd suggest we move into the cross-cutting thing.
Great. Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. And good to be talking to you now then about this first substantive paper that we had for the June meeting. And as Karen, as you've just shared, this is the one that kind of sits across our three thematic areas. This is the cross-cutting theme where there are particular implications for the work program that would have effects on addressing the issues of principle that were identified by staff after the exposure draft closed. I wanted to spend a very quick moment with you on a slide that I'm sure all of you have seen at this point, different iterations, different fora. But I think it's an important one to set the context for us of what we're talking about here. So when we look at the exposure draft as it went out to constituents, it brought these two perspectives of the dual role of the public sector on offering climate-related disclosures. On the left and the blue side, this was looking at own operations, so the day-to-day activities of an entity and offering disclosures in that area. And this is one where there's significant alignment with IFRS S2. And then on the right hand of the side, we have our public policy programs. And these are ones that are what we've heard described as the green field area of the exposure draft, where this is public sector specific guidance looking at an entity's climate-related public policy programs and their outcomes. And this is something, I think, really important when we start into this discussion. A really clear message that did come from constituents on this is that at a first principles level, these were the right areas. These are the right perspectives that the board brought out in the exposure draft, looking at the own operations from an entity and the regulatory power, if you'd like, so that these public policy programs and the outcomes that arise from it. So that at a first level, lots of support that was coming back on this. But I did want to spend a moment of our time here coming back to, I think, some iteration of this that you've seen before, which is to think about the information that's disclosed through these two reporting perspectives. So to reflect on what we're doing when we think about public sector own operations reporting. And I'd like to actually, if you don't mind, give you a quick example of that. Public policy program outcomes and the reporting that happens there. And then you'll see on the slide what's suggested as a level of overlap, but a fairly narrow one as well. So if I give you just, if you entertain me with a few examples of this, and I think it's good actually to have us all on the same page here. If we look at the public policy programs, I'd suggest, if you think of an example of a subsidy for domestic heat pumps or for home insulation by a Ministry of Environment, they're providing that subsidy out to households, and that's with the intention of reducing the level of emissions from homes, from individual homes. But that doesn't have any overlap into public sector entities, right? So this is targeting a domestic audience and individual properties. It wouldn't affect the real estate, for example, of a city or a municipality. It's not providing a subsidy in that direction. So it would be this is an example that would only fall within the disclosures of public policy programs in terms of, for example, the metrics and targets related to that public policy program and the subsidies being provided to households. If we look at public sector's own operations, to give you an example of this, if we think about a government agency that implements its own internal policy, and I'm consciously using the word policy here, their own internal policy to reduce business travel by, let's say, 30%. And they've created that target for their own operations to reduce GHG emissions by that entity. So yes, it has the word policy in it, but this is one that would sit firmly in own operations. And then finally, if we go to that overlap that you'd see when we talk about what could be disclosures that have implications for public policy programs as well as for own operations. The example I'll give you for that is if we look at a municipality who are providing the building code for that jurisdiction, and they've changed the building code saying that you have to provide a certain level of, let's say, green cement, for example, so an area that you're coming through. So if you have new builds, if you're doing renovations, it has to be environmentally conscious in the way that you're building it to certain standards. And if you're doing that, well, that is going to have an implication beyond the entity. That's going to affect the jurisdiction for anyone who's getting a permit and how they build in that region and how they build in that city. But if the city is building a new community center, if they're putting in a new fire station, they're going to have to adhere to that standard as well in their building code. And there we have that overlap between their own public policy and that policy having an impact on its own operations. So you could, at that point, see some overlap between the disclosures. So I'm doing that with the board just because it's something that in the outreach, I think I think everyone will have that view, but I think it's a good thing for us to kind of just set that as the foundation for our discussion. Because in the outreach, we have heard some confusion around just the use of the word policy sometimes and where that might sit within this landscape. Other main messages I'd like you to take away here on the complementary information is that when we think about own operations, this is going to, in every likelihood, cover anyone who is adopting and implementing the SRS ED1, where if you pick up the standard, you will be reporting on your own operations. There's a universal applicability here. There's a much smaller population of public sector entities who would then be looking to public policy programs. Those who actually have regulatory power, or they have what we describe as sovereign power in the ED, those are the ones who would be focusing on the public policy program guidance. And I think that's probably an important area for us to reflect on here when we're thinking about how we move ahead with the work program in terms of hearing this level of urgency from constituents about having sustainability reporting guidance available to them. But at the same time, looking to where we'd have the highest level of applicability in terms of which entities would be looking to public policy versus the own operations. So I hope that's a useful bit of a tour there, but it's one we can pick up in the discussions as well. So you'll have seen then in the staff analysis here of the first paper, there were a set of areas that we offered in terms of criteria in analyzing what was this decision in front of us from constituents of this cross-cutting theme of whether to move ahead with the single standard that was developed for the exposure draft, or if we would instead look to separate this into two standards and move ahead in doing that with own operations first as well. So that was the kind of the two parts of the recommendation that we had from staff here. One is the separation itself, that it would start with, that we'd have own operations as its standalone standard, as well as public policy programs. And alongside that there would be a work program implication of starting with where there's larger applicability and where there's actually fewer areas of contention, of what we heard back from constituents. So this list that we had here, these criteria, we took these to the SRG, the Sustainability Reference Group, discussed them with the Sustainability Implementation Forum as well, and these proved really useful for us to kind of hone our thinking of setting out these criteria. And I hope you found this then useful in the staff's analysis of making a recommendation around how we would move ahead with separate standards. So on the first area here, on clarity of guidance, this is something where quite a few respondents came back citing the complexity of the current exposure draft. That was a very frequent piece of response that we had back in the ED, from the ED. But at the same time, we're in a position where there's fewer entities we'd expect to apply the public policy guidance. So in combination, where we do have this potential to separate, and fewer entities actually having the public policy area being relevant to them, there's an advantage here to providing more clarity of guidance to users and preparers. On timeliness, we have heard that there's an urgent need for the climate-related disclosures, and that's a frequent call that we have had coming back from constituents and from the outreach. And this is one where if we are going to move ahead with a single standard, there are a variety of issues of principle that sit in the public policy area that would need to be addressed before we'd be able to bring forward guidance, and that would hamper the level at which we'd be able to offer that timely guidance in response to constituent need. And that's from, I think, some of the big ones in this. There's questions around the appropriateness of the TCFD framework and applying that in the public policy space. That would have a series of knock-on implications, for example, the scope of public policy programs that Karen mentioned as well as a lot of the what sits under the public policy definitions. There's a lot of debate around those public sector specific definitions that are offered in the ED. So this is another one where staff were suggesting that option 2 of separate standards would be advantageous. On the third criteria, this is one where we actually sit on the other side of the fence here and suggest that option 1 would be more advantageous, and that's in terms of this integrated approach to own operations and public policy programs. And you can make the case that in considering these two together, there's an opportunity to make sure there's strong alignment between the concepts, between the different ideas that we'd be developing as staff and board, and making sure that what's offered as a suite of standards here, or as a single standard, has that coherence in it and is integrated in what's then brought to preparers and users. But I think it's fair to say that you can also look to mitigate that and make sure that you're not doing these things in entire isolation, and you're considering the full area of climate-related disclosures and making sure that we're doing that in a comprehensive way. And then finally, in terms of adoption and implementation, this is an area where I think if you consider preparer needs, there's the potential that the implementation roadmaps could look quite different for entities who are applying own operations and public policy programs. And that's something where having separate standards could be of use to them. You'd also think about when entities are offering a full statement of compliance, whether they'd have the advantage then to say, we are complying with what might be the own operations standard then, and not actually providing the public policy. So that separation could be useful in terms of the clarity of on the adoption and implementation side. At the same time, there were a few in the responses, a few individuals who came back saying that they had a preference for one-stop guidance too. So this wasn't a kind of a universal of option 2 being completely advantageous here. There were different perspectives in the responses of what would be best for everyone there. We did also have some discussions over the last couple of days around the kind of forward view of the work program. So the second element of the staff recommendation, thinking about the prospective timeline of what we'd be able to deliver in supporting user needs and in helping preparers in developing climate-related disclosures. So what we have on the slide here is, I think I can probably call this, Karen, the indicative view from staff, because this is, there's a lot of work to be done in this, but this is, I think Karen just said, ambitious view of the way in which we'd look to move forward in developing the standard towards a final pronouncement. So in the top, we have option 1, which is the single standard. There's a set of individual items here where it starts with the meetings, then goes to the first half and second half of 26. And we have, of course, the change in the IPSASB chairmanship that would be coming up in that period, and the work program consultation to consider in that too. So there's a number of variables that sit in this that we need to collectively reflect on of how this moves ahead. But one thing that did come through when Karen and I were sitting down and working through the sequencing of this and what we'd look to cover is that it would take longer to move ahead with the single standard in undertaking that work. And we're estimating that will be March 2027 to be able to have an approval of final pronouncement, that ambitious timeline to work towards that. Where for separate standards, I think the advantage that we see here is actually providing something to market at pace as well. So being able to offer tentatively a final pronouncement by the end of the calendar year, And then by again, probably very much the end of 2026, looking to have a final pronouncement on public policy programs. And I think for me at least, one of the really key elements that comes out of this is that bringing something to market, if you'd like, by the end of this year can be really useful in terms of our constituents engaging with the guidance that we're able to offer at pace, and to start actually having lessons learned on that. So to work with the sustainability implementation form to get an understanding of the application of the guidance that we're bringing forward, and to bring that into further deliberation by the board then. So to take that learning and apply it into the evolution of the work that we're doing on sustainability disclosure. So for me, that's a really kind of key insight in this, is the advantage of what we'd be able to bring in from going to our constituents and offering them this guidance early on, and then bringing those insights back into the board's deliberations as well. So that brings us to the recommendation itself. So this is that we look to proceed with option 2 from the staff's recommendation, which is to have separate standards. And the second element of that then is to develop a standard to address own operations first. So that's the sequencing question here. I'm not going to go through the analysis portion of here, but to leave it up on screen for everyone, this is summarizing what I've taken you through on a previous slide in terms of the benefits of both option 1 and option 2. So I hope that was a useful overview for you. I'll hand back to the chair then to take us through the discussion.
Thanks, Alex, and thanks for responding to requests from members to put some more flesh on the bones in terms of what the forward timescales would be, under either the 2 pronouncements or the single pronouncement approaches. I think that will be helpful for our discussions. Before I open up for comments and discussion from members, and certainly I am hoping that we will hear from all members during that discussion, I'd like to go to Fabienne first, because obviously this was an issue that the CAG discussed on Monday. So Fabienne, over to you.
Thank you, Jan, and thank you, Alex, for the presentation. Well, yes, on the issue of single or separate standards, there was strong engagement by CAG members, and there was general agreement amongst members on the practical benefits of separating disclosures between own operations and public policy programs, with some members wondering if this approach would set some form of precedent for the development of future topical standards. It was also noted that starting with own operations would allow for a better alignment with our IFRS S2. However, CAG members acknowledged the importance of disclosures on public policy programs in the public sector landscape, and advised that the IPSASB should maintain momentum on developing public policy program disclosure requirements in parallel. Thank you.
Thanks, Fabienne. I think that was a good discussion, actually, and a lot of useful reflection during that discussion. So I think really open up for comments from members now. And as I say, this is an important strategic decision, so looking to hear from as many members as possible during this discussion. So Andrew, you're first. Mike, then to you.
Thanks. I just want to ask a question first. Alex, if you mind just to go back one slide. On option 1, there's H2 2026 interconnectivity between dual roles. I see that in the single standard option. I don't see that in the separate standards. What do we mean by that? And I guess why does it exist in option 1 and not in option 2? And it seems to be the only difference between the two, and therefore I think giving rise to the March 2027 versus H2 2026. So I guess I'm questioning, what is it? And are we convinced it's going to take another quarter and give us different timing between the two options? Thanks.
So this is, thank you very much. This is something that Karen and I were talking about yesterday when we were thinking about the timelines here. And I think that you could debate whether it would extend the time. But part of this is actually the development of the final standard itself, that I think we are going to have to think about connectivity between the dual role and issuing a single final standard. I think that there's going to be advantage to focusing ourselves on a particular perspective in terms of what that means for the work program and being able to deliver at pace with it. But I think we'll have to see how it plays out too. And in doing that, we can't ignore each of these two perspectives as well. So even if we went for separate standards, we'd still have to have our eyes on public policy programs in doing that. So it might not show up in the same way as it does here, to answer your question directly, that we'd have to specifically deliberate on it in issuing a final standard together as a single standard. But we'd also then have it very much in the front of our minds as separate standards, is what I'd suggest to that. But Karen, you want to?
I guess another point, and why adding to Alex's point is that when we got the comments, there were a lot of the comments that advocate for separate standards are telling us that there's a clarity issue and it's arising. And with everything being in a single standard, that would arise in confusion for a lot of preparers. So I guess from our point, we might need a bit more time to kind of restructure the standard and see how it looks like and how it would, how we could possibly reduce that confusion and clarity issue when it is in a single standard, and to address all those comments, to give merit to those comments that advocated for separate standards as well.
Okay. I mean, I think, one of the things about this is an art rather than a science. And as we know from all our work, actually, and that both of those actually, frankly, are really aggressive timelines. And I think it is worth just putting, reminding ourselves of the time frame in that, I still remember the conversation I had back in December 2021, where at that stage I was told, well, you've got, no mandate, no plan, no resources. So, the World Bank report was in January 2022. We issued our consultation paper in May 2022. We took our decision to move ahead with climate in June 2023. So, both of these are very rapid timeframes, particularly given the fact that actually, okay, we have built off S2, but public policy programs, I think, is, obviously it's good our stakeholders have told us this is really important and we should be doing it, but it's really complicated because it's new territory. So I think it's, that is an earliest possible, I think. Ross, I don't know whether you want to come in before I go to Mike.
So just a quick point too, I think to Alex's timeline too, probably what are the difference too is the ability to focus when you split them. So the staff team that's supporting this work is sitting at the table today. We don't have two staff teams to be able to, take both perspectives forward and focus. We've got a pretty innovative process for developing sustainability standards, but it takes a lot of time. We've got the SRG, we've got the SIF meetings, we've got the CAG, we have the board, and we have the ability to do work. So, by able to focusing on one and then the other, we can better make use of all of the support metrics or support systems we've put in place and focus the issues. And I think if we go back in time and look at when we're trying to finalize the ED, it did get confusing even at the board level when we'd flipped from the own operations part of the standard to public policy programs and kind of getting in the right place to have the right discussions on the perspectives, because it is confusing, as we heard, and we want to make sure we have clarity. So I think that's reflected in the timeline as well. But the main point I want to underline again is these are the resources that are doing it here at the table. We don't have a stable of standard setters down the road in our office who are working away on all these ideas, and we will have to focus. We've been talking about more resources to do this work since the beginning. We've had greater interest in our work since we started this than ever before, more asks from constituents from ever before, more asks from this board than ever before. The only extra resources we've received to do this work is the World Bank money and the ACCA money that we received at the beginning to support research. So we haven't cracked that part of the process yet, and there is need to do that. And I will keep bringing that up at the board because this is a volunteer board with a small staff team, and we do need to be realistic and focused in what we can do. And the other point I just wanted to make that the team's highlighted very well is all of the options we're bringing you here today are informed by what the comments said. So staff has analyzed it, but these aren't staff ideas that we've come up with in a closed room and we think this is the best way forward. This is reflecting on what we've heard, what we think the best way forward is.
Thanks, Ross. So Mike, to you next, and then after that, Angela.
So thank you, Chair. Just a few quick comments. The first one is, yes, I also see that it merits to have two separate standards. The second one, this was the same as Andrew observed. I'm here not so convinced whether we have really a difference of 3 months, depending on the option. So let's see how that would develop, because later on we won't say whether it's that way or not. We can't observe that, but yeah, I'm not so convinced. The third one is about, as it is drafted in the agenda item paper, the board should clearly signal its continued intention to deliver guidance on PPP. I'm not so sure. My understanding is that we will deliver that guidance because that is, I think, the task given by the respondents. So I wouldn't word it so soft like it is here. It is part of our project, and I think it will be reflected in the work plan that we are doing that, not subject to any new discussions on that, because no doubt having that mandate. And the last comment is on integrated approach. Even if we have two standards, I see that we should ensure that we have also integrated approach, that two standards fit together in terms of, wording, partly the approach, and even when it comes to the general requirements. So I think it's important that we will take into account or ensure that we will have the option when we finish part 2 that we might do some consequential amendments for the first standard, because I think it's important that general requirements must fit to each other. And if we come in the second part to the result, we have to change something in the first standard, we have to ensure that we can do so. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. I think you're absolutely right about that point, that if you have two standards, they absolutely have to fit together. And certainly there would entirely be an option to, revise the first standard if that proves to be needed. I think we, all the way through on this journey, we've acknowledged the fact that we're on a learning curve and our constituents will be on a learning curve. And you can see that in terms of, what's happening with the IPSASB's guidance and so on. So I think that's absolutely, there is, because they do, you're right, they absolutely need to fit together if we go for two standards. And the other thing I think maybe didn't come out, but certainly if you did the two standards approach, we would need to think then about the S1 material that we've already, that we've introduced. You wouldn't need to repeat that in two standards. You can build off what's already what you'd have to have in the first standard. So I think it's just worth mentioning that. So Angela next, and then I've got Karen, Scott, and Abdullah at the moment. Sorry, Andrew, are you still in or? Okay. Right.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the summary. I'm looking at sort of, we say separate standards. In my mind, I'm thinking more about parallel work streams, to be fair. One of the things that the timeline doesn't show, and I didn't expect it to, like literally just produce this week, but when I think about the two work streams, which we're calling separate standards potentially, but the two separate work streams, one, we have global sort of baseline alignment with S2. It's not quite a alignment project in our traditional sense, but it is quite similar. So that has a process and a way of working because we have something to work from and it's public sector differences, and can it be implemented in a way? And yeah, so we're quite familiar with that. I think for me is I have a different perspective of how we would approach PPP, and I'm not even sure at this stage whether PPP is the right label, because what's not in the diagram, and this is, I guess I'm really logging sort of a request or an idea, very much an idea at this stage, is that one of the benefits I see of separating the work streams is that I feel in the space where where there isn't a baseline to align from, we're in creating mode. And I think there are a couple of things that perhaps last year would have been helpful, but I think the separation will now allow us to maybe do some more targeted user research as to what is the user need in that space and what are the actual disclosures that will meet the user need. And I know in the AV I talked about an idea as what's the way in? Perhaps the way in is through sort of the sovereign bondholders. That's just an idea. It may be in through another avenue. I think the second thing about the separation is the testing at what entity level the PPP label area fits, because if it's about sovereign powers, you know, there is only one sovereign in our jurisdiction, you know, so that's the whole of government, really. That's the entity level. If you're really interested in sovereign powers, I mean, they are delegated amongst ministries and agencies. So there's something around testing what level, what entity level. Is it our traditional every entity, or is it certain sectors or entities? And I think the third area that we need to sort of work out is the interoperability with other international transparency frameworks in a similar space. And how does the IPSASB literature or guidance or standard in the space interact or complement or with other frameworks like, you know, the UN Convention on Paris, because there are transparency reports around progress to lower emissions and targets to Paris, and there are many other frameworks. So I see the separation as allowing us to, I guess, start probably a little bit more in that focused research on what do they need in terms of actual disclosures, whereas I feel that S2, we can operate more on an alignment project. So I guess what the timeline doesn't show for me is, and I appreciate this hasn't even been discussed at the board level, is I think the tasks under the second work stream called PPP could be quite different before we even start writing a standard. I just wanted to sort of log that idea.
Thanks, Angela. So I think you've just lengthened the timeline for the public policy programmes, because what we have to bear in mind is there is a finite amount of resource. So if you start doing one thing, you're taking resource away from both board time and in particular staff time. Now, I think, you know, the points that you made are absolutely right in terms of, you know, there is a programme of ongoing contacts with a lot of different bodies, you know, and we've also had a lot of good input from, you know, bond markets and so on. And so absolutely, we're going to need to be clear about how we complement, you know, our guidance on PPPs complements those. But if you want to really go hard on that research, that's going to delay the time frame for issuing a second standard, because there's only so much time. So I think we have to really acknowledge there is a finite level of resource here. You know, that is just what we're working with. You know, and that doesn't have any bearing on what the final outputs will be or whatever, but I think it's just really important. The other thing I would comment on, interestingly, you said, well, we've only got one sovereign power. in New Zealand. I pushed back on that actually in the conversation that you and I were both in with the the Sustainability Reporting Board, because I think it was a very, very good discussion. And actually, the interesting thing that came back from that was actually it really resonated with representatives on that group who knew about both Wellington and Auckland as city regions. And they very much responded to that. Actually, we do have these two, so I think, maybe sovereign power is a slightly misleading term in this one, because I think that was just actually one thing that really brought that alive to me.
Yeah, and just you're absolutely right, Ian, to identify that we do in our jurisdiction, our local government is a separate sovereign power and rateable agency than our central government, and then obviously in many governments there are a number of states. So I guess my point is, at the moment our work is always expected to go across every public sector entity, whereas I'm not sure. I can see the PPE space being sort of potentially sector, municipality, state, whole of government. It may be at a different level, and it's the testing of that. I don't have the answer, but I just feel the nature of what we're trying to achieve might lead us to sort of mandate it at a certain level of government, or at least options.
Yeah, I mean, we can certainly think about, as we've done already, we've been pretty innovative in terms of the structures that we've got in, and there's a huge range of contacts. And I think, in moving forward with PPPs, then you probably want to think, okay, well, if we're doing that as a separate, let's call it phase 2 or something like that, that actually you wanted different, you wanted some specific focus groups or whatever from the, to get the different perspectives into that. So there's a range of things we could do, but it just, members just need to bear in mind there is only so much resource. So if you put it in that area rather than that area will move slower. Karen, and then Scott.
Thank you, Chair. I guess my thoughts are a little bit similar to Angela's. So I agree with the separation of the two pieces of work. I think there is demand to see something quickly in terms of sustainability reporting, and separation will allow that to happen. I think that's really important. I think also we shouldn't underestimate the challenge for public sector organisations implementing this. So, I think we're going to give people plenty to chew on for a couple of years, if not more, in implementing just own operations. So I don't think that we should push aggressively on the public policy side, because I think there will be a lot of work to be done. I've deliberately said separate rather than two separate standards, because I don't know whether it is two separate standards or one standard with two parts, because I think we don't know what that looks like yet. But I do agree with Angela in terms of taking time to research and explore what we want in the public policy space. Yes, it might take us a bit longer to get to market on it, but I see that as an investment. And whilst we're talking here about climate change, there will be no doubt public policy elements to other sustainability topics. So starting to think through that public policy lens as opposed to what you are, your own operations, I think is a worthwhile thing to do. And I do think, even if we weren't doing the research, the timeframes there are ambitious. And yes, there is finite resource, but I think we should do this. I don't want to use the word properly, but you know what I mean. I think we should take the time to make sure that we're confident in where we're going to take this. The other thing that has crossed my mind is whether, having done own operations, whether we should pause to look at the more general aspect of sustainability reporting. So I think some people have used the words conceptual framework for sustainability reporting, general, the S1 equivalent. But I wonder whether it's worth taking a pause at that point to reflect, or even let some of this research about public policy inform what that looks like from a general disclosure point of view, that then will help frame consistently, how the board takes this forward. Again, I see that as a bit of an investment. So I think we need to go hard and fast on own operations for climate change, because there is a demand out there. We've created an expectation and we need to fulfill that. But I think when we move forward to other elements, I think we should make sure that we feel like we've got the information that we need to make those steps forward. And I keep thinking about what is material information. I know we'll have a discussion about materiality later, but I'm trying to picture in my mind what is that information that people want. It's a really hard question because it doesn't exist currently. And so I think there is a bit of work to be done to try and frame that and help us then with our deliberations as we go forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. So move on then to Scott and Abdullah, and just reflecting on what you said, obviously, dependent on where we go, we may want to just, reflect on what we say in that broader piece in the work programme, just to allow that kind of space, if you like. Okay, Scott, to you.
Great, thank you. Thank you. And yeah, I support two separate standards, and I want to focus on the separate. I think they need to be separate. I want to reflect back to what Ross said. We've got a very clear message from the people that responded to this, that what we've done is too complicated. And like we did with revenue, I think separating it made a lot of difference. So I think we have a clear mandate from response. We clearly have a clear mandate from the public about the need for standards. And because standards don't exist, the only way we're going to find out how it works is we need to get the implementation. We can talk about this all day long, but we don't know. Even when you have people respond to standards, they don't know. It's when you actually sit down and start doing is when you really find out what the real issues are. So I think there is a need to get this separate standard out on own operations. Matter of fact, that will help, I think, inform us about public policy as we go forward. So as people, and I would encourage everybody, if you got an opportunity to sit in on the SIF, I was totally impressed sitting in on that last meeting to hear the knowledge around the room that have actually done this. And Ian, you mentioned we have some more infrastructure around this. I think that's going to be a diamond for us, is a SIF to be able to give us that type of input to help us manage through that. But I really do believe by getting this out, getting people to start rolling up their sleeves and doing it, where it's really going to inform us going forward with that. So that's all I've got to say on this, but I am very supportive of two separate standards and moving forward.
Thank you, Scott. So then I've got Abdullah, back to Andrew, then Camira.
Thank you, Chair. And would just comment on the last part from Scott's comments or interventions. I want to thank the board for having the SIF, because I've joined that. It was really good. Hearing the deliberation, the discussions, hearing the thoughts. I was as an observer, so thanks Alex, Karen, and of course Renee for moderating the session. That is the first thing. Second thing, this is not something we came up with. It was based on the comments that we received from our constituents. And third, to have separate standards, that is not a precedent, because we had IPSASB 34, which is separate financial statements, then we had IPSASB 35, which is consolidation financial statement. We did not combine that. So that would be something I could relate to. The fourth comment would be related to me thinking about the public programs might have different characteristics because we might be looking into the impact, because this program would be designed to measure the impact of the policies or the program they are there for. And I would think if the timeline on there, if we combine the two into one standard, I don't think that even by the timeline we have indicated there, it's possible to do it there, because we will have all these kind of discussions. We would have different comments, different deliberations, then we will be looking into different perspectives from a regulator / an entity level, also the operating entity. And some jurisdictions, they have some of the programs designed through specific programs, not being run through the normal operations. So the complexity around that is giving me more clarity into where I would suggest this to go with 2 separate standards. Thank you.
Thanks, Abdullah. So back to Andrew, then to Camira and Patricia.
Thanks. So I also support having 2 separate standards, and I also think that at this stage there should be permanently 2 separate standards. I think the more I think about the types of guidance potentially that would come into the own operations versus public policy side of things, there could be potentially different users for that type of information. Sure, they could overlap, but it could also be different. And I think also, if I reflect on the feedback we've got, people are already unsure of materiality and scoping and how to do this. And I think if you've got the PPP and the own ops in one, and you're going to potentially have different users, it gets quite complex to pick up the right piece of guidance, do that scoping, do that materiality. So I think putting it in 2 does help us overcome that sort of hurdle. I also buy into the arguments around that it is easier then to align to the own operations to the private sector and to maintain that alignment going forward, whereas the PPP part is something that's very specific to us and separate to us. I am then very much in Angela and Karen's camp around the PPP in terms of I think we need a fundamental review of that and to invest that time into it to make sure that we do get that answer right and that we move forward on it. And reflecting on the comments, I mean, a lot of people have told us that we've potentially got the scoping of those PPPs in the current standard incorrect. And I think we need to think about how do we scope this going forward? Is it correct that we look at it from defining it in terms of a climate topic, or do you flip it on its head and, for example, look at it from a policy perspective? What are the general principles I need to disclose from a policy perspective, and then go and look at guidance per sustainability topic, for example. So, I mean, those are discussions we can have, but I think it is therefore necessary that we get that right. In terms of the integration as well, I think at the moment it seems we're very focused on climate, and I know we've only got the resources, etc., for climate at the moment, but I think we do need to think a little bit broader and future in the head and saying, well, what if there are going to be other sustainability standards? Then there's got to be connectivity between these as well. So it's not only between this literature. And I think that again goes back to, we really need to think, particularly around the PPP side, what is this? So all for, there is a market need, let's get own operations out and separate that. But I think we do need to take that step back and really invest the time on the PPP side.
Okay, thanks, Andrew. To Camira next, and then Patricia after that.
Thanks, Chair. I fully support also the staff recommendation of having 2 separate standards. I think there are already clear expectations out there, so we cannot allow ourselves to wait until 2027 to have a final pronouncement, especially if you already receive strong support for the own operations requirements and the alignment with IFRS S2. So I think that is a quick win. So, and it's feasible that if we focus our limited time to that, we can get that ready by the end of this year, and then have much more time to work on the public policy programs. Thanks.
Thanks, Camira. Sorry, Ross, you want to just come in? Okay, so if I can go to Patricia next, and then Claudia after that.
Thank you. I support the 2 separate standards for practical perspective, feasibility, and because the opportunities of synergies with the private sector, for example, in relation to education tools. But I think we should better articulate the relationship between PPP and non-operations. In my view, PPP is part of the activities of one entity, regardless of responsible or not, and has implications in the own operations. I think it's only different perspective of the same object, because it's impossible to think about public sector without think policies, without think programs. I think it needs to be better articulated. I think the overlap, I think it's not the best way to explain this. And I think it needs to explore more the specificities of a public sector in non-operations too. Because when I change the focus is on long-term fiscal sustainability, I have to consider the change in society, because a public sector works to change something in society. And it's expect that the change in society change my long-term fiscal sustainability, could change the possibility to obtain revenue, the pressure for services, and I think it's better to articulate the specificity of the public sector in this standard. Yeah, can I see here? Yeah, and I think I agree with Andrew. I think it's not possible to give to have an opinion in this time about PPP, because there are a lot of possibilities. In this time, I have a lot of issues, and I have a lot of possibilities to address these issues. I think it's, in my opinion, focus on the first step, alignment with S2, but it's not alignment. It's not. In fact, we have a great contribution, because there are specificities, and I think one point that because I don't think about impact. Yes, we are in the own operations. We are focused. We are analyzing impact too, because the metric is about impact. It's about the reduction of gas emission. I think you need to think about more about this too, because this is a point that connects on operations in PPP, and on operations from the private sector too. I think you need to think more about and to include more public sector in the alignment of S2. I'm not sure it is alignment, because when I choose to talk about long-term fiscal sustainability, I think it changed completely the approach, the scope, and thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. I mean, I think, maybe it's worth actually stating that if we do split and we go for own operations, then what we are going to have to do is actually really work through the specific responses against each of the issues, and then determine what goes in a standard, as well as actually what the needs are going to be in terms of implementation guidance. And I think there's no doubt that as the board has already reflected, and as the IPSASB itself is finding, that there is going to need to be implementation guidance, and that's going to need to address specific issues for the public sector. So I think, there's going to be those two: what do you put in standard, and therefore, and also what do you put in the implementation guidance. So we're going to have to really reflect on what people need. I think I've got Claudia next, and then Mari, and then Renee.
Thank you. We are requested, as the CAG already explained again, for both topics. We need to deliver in this field even PPP and own operations in the sustainability. But we should, as all of my colleagues already talked, we should need focus. That means splitting help us to focus, could finish the first part, own operation, where we have a basis, but the second part, PPP, which is much more prominent in the public sector, or more important, maybe the impact we can produce with them, give us the time to work on it, on using the responses and focus really on this topic. And we have to be realistic, what is the best way for going forward, and it doesn't mean that we would deliver the second part. The only thing I'm worried about with some of the comments, even all of you are right, that we have to make some research and figure out, but we don't have to lose the speed for PP&P. So that we said, we start again. It's a greenfield approach. We get more challenges to finalize, but when we have the first standard, we still have the possibility to make yearly improvements, amendments, when we figure out what is more relevant, where we get more information, we learned. Yeah, that's why I'm really agree with two standards, that we can really focus on the second topic.
Thanks, Claudia. I mean, I think, there's no doubt from member comments that if we did split, then we're going to have to think quite carefully about what, a phase 2 in terms of PPPs would look like, how it would go forward, what the focus would be, how broad, etc. But I think, so I think that would be given that there would need to be some further consideration then about how we took that forward, and therefore over what time frame. Mari next, and then Renee.
Thank you. So many things to be considered, I think. And so from my point of view, we are so carefully consider about the S2 alignment, and because the S2 is so entity level, or as Angela said, PPP level, and the S2 is so specific business, private sector business entity. It includes the strategic purposes and creation value, and so it is a so completed statement. And so we have to consider about the alignment S2 when we consider the alignment S2, the definition of the operational model, it defines that the entity system transforming input through its activities into output and outcomes, and it includes outcomes. And so my question is, can outcomes resulting from own operation distinguish from outcomes resulting from public policy program? And so as Alex mentioned about there is an overlapped area. So that Alex said about it, mentioned internal policy related to the PPP. No.
Do you want to go back?
Okay, thank you, Mary. Just to go back to that, that example with the internal policy was a very specific one to say that you can have the word policy in it, but it could still be in the own operations disclosure space. So we talked there about an internal policy by an agency to have a target on their business travel to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And that's not something that is the application of its sovereign power or to regulate, tax, subsidize, legislate. It's very specifically to change their own operations to meet a target in reduction of GHG.
However, from my point of view, it is so difficult to separate the outcomes in its own operation. And so we have to consider carefully about it. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mary. I think that really underlines the point that other members have been making in terms of we have to be really clear about the interface between, if we go for an own operations standard, eventually a PPP standard, they have to work, they have to be complementary. We have to be clear about how they would work together, and that, that would have to be the case, that we would have to do that. So it comes down to terminology, it comes down to measures, it comes down to things like greenhouse gas protocol and all kinds of things like that, being clearer on that. Renee next, and then Yakuba after that.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair. I also agree that splitting into two standards at this point is the pragmatic thing to do. I totally sympathize with our limited capacity as a board, as staff, and timeliness is important. So as everyone has said already, I'm there on that. The one question I have is, this is a significant decision that we're making right now, and we're not, as it's been said already, we're not ignoring the significance and the importance of public policy program. So how are we going to be communicating this in the next days, right? I mean, these are public deliberations right now, so it's already out in the public, that decision, but how are we going to articulate it so it's not misinterpreted? So I think as a board and as staff, we should collaborate to make sure that we craft a proper, balanced message, and I'm looking forward to understanding what that message will say. Now the next, so this is splitting standards, right? So but to me, as has been said, I think that the action here is more to separate the project in two streams. So as Angela said, we are separating the project in two streams. It is a lot more involved than just splitting two standards. So I think we have to be careful when we say splitting standards. Yes, we are, but this is just a one step of a much more comprehensive strategy that will be a phased-in strategy. Now, if we think about public policy program, I'm going to start with the CIF insight. So many CIF members are sovereign in their own jurisdiction. Local, as been said in Canada, we're a federation. 3 levels of governments are sovereign in their own jurisdiction, including local governments. Many of them are already doing, I'm going to say, public policy program type reporting. We heard, and they're doing it effectively. Some of their key users are asking them for that information. The presentation we got at CAG on Monday from one local government, the City of Toronto, was so compelling to me. The City of Toronto only used the basic principles of the TCFD to write up a report that was so effective that they were able to convince institution investors to invest billions in their projects. And I'm sure that report combined both cities' own operations plans to reduce their own carbon footprint, as well as their own plan for helping the jurisdiction to fight climate, become more sustainable. So again, both sides. And so I think we've been demonstrated as a board that it's been done before. So I think we have to, I would like us to acknowledge that it's being done before, and that we shouldn't be starting from zero when we do our research. I think we should leverage the SIF members' insight more intentionally. When we talk about doing more research in what the users needs and what information they want, I agree with that, but I think that can be done very quickly. I think there is a way we could leverage SIF members' input on that. Also, I'm just looking at my notes here. Therefore, I think we have to be careful when we're going to be looking at what's next, how we want to approach the public policy program standard, to maybe not over-engineer it. That project may need to be phased in as well. Like, I think we're sitting on a lot of insight. Oh, and yeah, that was going to be my other point. The other insight is, have we sorted, that's a question to staff, have we sorted the feedback we got from respondents that have challenged our PPP disclosure? Have we sorted it by the type of respondent? I'd be curious to understand in those comments, those sovereign entities that I believe are already doing this in one shape or form, you know, was their voice included in that? Or could it be that a lot of the concerns we heard are about maybe other types of respondents that are not familiar with public policy and were actually expressing their confusion? So I'm wondering if there is some insight in that, and that maybe what we produced is not so broken, right? Maybe, so I think we need to be careful about that in how we move forward on that. And I would want us to think about timeliness as well of this next project, and maybe consider not trying to do too much, and maybe that first version of that second standard on public policy program could be a lighter version of what ultimately it needs to be in the future. But I think we're sitting on a lot of insight. We've developed, I think, acceptable guidance. It needs work, but I don't think we should be discarding the amount of work that we've already done. And I would like to test more and sort more the source of the comments that we receive on that, and then use our SIF members potentially a lot more intentionally, and acknowledge as a board that others are doing this already. Thank you.
Thanks, Renee. Ross.
Yeah, just wanted to reflect, because I think a couple speakers have highlighted a couple important points that made me want to highlight one thing and thank. So I mentioned that this is the team up here that's doing the work, but it's more than that as well. We've talked a couple of times about the Sustainability Reference Group, which we call the SRG. Scott on the board side chairs that and puts a lot of time and effort into the SRG along with staff. And we've heard several references to the SIF. For those listening in who don't know, that's the Sustainability Implementation Forum. And we get support from that from Renee, as well as Henning, who help us chair those meetings, prepare for them. And, you know, Abdullah talked about how he's attended, and they are open to be attended by all of the members and TAs who are interested as observers, not active participants. And they have been great, and they've been enlightening, and they've helped the staff understand that there is a lot happening. Governments are doing this. Some of them are reporting this. They're dealing with the issues we're talking around the table. There is some insights we can get from those groups. Doesn't mean we're going to get all the answers from the groups. It doesn't mean that it makes the job any easier, but I'm confident on the staff side that we're bringing forward informed decisions based on what's happening on the ground. And that's an innovation that I don't think many other standard setters have. So we should take advantage of that. We should leverage it. And we fully intend to keep doing that on the staff side. And this is one of the reasons I'm concerned about resources, is I don't want to spread them too thin so that we can't be doing the right things with the staff time. And the other point I wanted to just highlight, it's come up a few times. So I think the decision on separating the standards is an important one. But it's not about not doing public policy programs. That's clearly would be a phase 2. So from a communication perspective, if the board does take that decision, the board would decide that they're telling staff to split the project. And the first phase that'll be prioritized is own operations, but we have 96 responses and a proposed model for public policy programs is where we'll start phase 2. We're not going back to the drawing board and doing research and opening up everything under the sun. Due process requires us to consider what we've heard in a public meeting, have deliberations on it, and take things forward. That doesn't mean we can't take forward new ideas, but we can't start from scratch if we pick this project up. We have committed to it. We've put an exposure draft out there that had proposals. There's actually support for public policy programs. So people didn't tell us to go back to square one and start all over, that we're completely off the mark. There are many elements of it that were supported. There's also areas where they want us to think more, and they've given us things to think about. We need to do that. So I just want to make sure, and the communication should cover all aspects of that. And we don't want the public thinking that we're punting public policy programs down the road and never see light of day again. It's a prioritization exercise of moving forward with own operations based on the support we received and picking up public policy programs when the resources are there and the board has time to get back into it.
Thanks, Ross. And I think certainly in doing that, then there are good opportunities to draw on, the experience. And I think actually the fact the dialogue started has really shown what great experience there is out there. I know, Canada, a lot going on, but equally there's a lot going on elsewhere as well. So we'd want to access that in taking that phase 2 forward. So I've got Yakuba next, and then Jonah, and then Sunjin.
Thank you, Chair. I did have 2 concerns, but the first one is taken by René comment on the communication side, because when we look at the way we did the project, we went through the project, there was big expectation from the public as it's come to a standard specific to public sector. So right now with the separate project, we will end it up with a kind of alignment project on IFRS S1 and S2. And now we have the second project dedicated to PPPP. So I was wondering if we take care of the communication, we will fulfill the expectation gap. That is the first one. And again, we will take care of our credibility as well, because if you look at the way we did some job in the BCs and in developing the standards, we will be giving other explanation that can be against what we already deliberated. So that is why I think communication will be key in the way we will going forward. So that was the first one. And again, I heard what Ross is saying, but I still think that we need to be very cautious in doing so. The second one is related to the timeline. When I saw the second project, it is shortened than what is expected when we are going through an integrated one. Can you explain a little bit more? Because doing 2 separate standards, you are taking less time than doing for a single standard. So more explanation will be needed. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think, quick word, Alex, but I think, we will need to have a look at what the timeline looks like. I think, so, yeah, Alex.
Right, thank you very much, Yakuba. I think maybe just to speak to both of the points that you've had there. The first on the comms concern and comms planning, that is actually something that's been on staff mind as well. So that make sure that this isn't something that happens, if you'd say quietly, let's say at the board level, and then that the interpretation of the decision goes out to market in a unacceptable way. That's something that we are very conscious of. And I think a really important element of that is making sure that there's that that continued commitment to public policy programs. So this isn't kind of carving it out and saying, here's an alignment project only. And I think that's one for the board to control that narrative, not just from a staff side, but actually for us to help you, to enable you to engage with your stakeholders of how you articulate that message clearly of the board's vision on this project. On the timeline side, this is one actually, if we showed you a summarized version actually up on the slide. Under that, we were working through our own table of individual items of issues of principle that got us to that. And the main thing was really reflecting the interconnectivity in a single standard. So trying to do that at the same time felt like, from our perspective, would be more difficult than to do these sequenced instead. And that made for a little bit more timeline in that. But I think there's, in saying that and then putting it on the screen, there's a lot of variability in what could happen. And there's certain decisions, a big one on the TCFD structure, that would have knock-on implications across the entire work program. So as an example of that, if the board did decide saying TCFD is not appropriate for public policy, you'd see in the next items, well, we had metrics and targets for public policy next. Well, we've decided that the pillars are inappropriate. So there are things in here that has a level of ambiguity that would have to be navigated, is the main point I'd want to leave you with there.
Okay, thanks, Alex. So I've got Jonah, Sunjin, and Yun. So Jonah, to you first.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Just to pick up from where Yakuba had left, there's quite a bit of expectation on this standard. Of course, just from the outset, let me just state that because of pragmatism and also resources we have, probably going to separate standards is the more viable at this time. But when I look at the subset of entities that are supposed to be using PPP, they're quite big. Most regulators, I expect them to be using PPP. And you find in certain jurisdictions, like where I come from, that means around 50% of all public sector entities. So it's quite large. Now, from the lenses of those regulators, when you look at how they view own operation and how they view PPP, there's no distinction. It is almost one and the same. So my thinking was that had we done better communication, probably would have gone with one standard. But from the pragmatism of all this, I think separating makes more sense. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Jonah. So Sunjin and then Yun.
Thank you, Chair. Short answer to all this discussion, I agree with staff recommendation of separating. But if you allow me to add a little more flesh on that, I want to borrow the Scott's word. We need to separate, and I'm thinking that way because from my standpoint, these two are fundamentally different types of reporting. Because when you talk about own operation, it is similar to the traditional or typical financial reporting. Reporting of entities' own activities and performance. In this case is about the topic is about climate related. But in case of PPP, public policy program, it looks something different. From my academic background, it looks like almost like program evaluation. How public program actually provide influence to society, citizens, you name it. So when you think about this kind of conceptual difference between reporting and this kind of program evaluation, when you apply to those four pillars, governance maybe okay, strategy may be similar, but when you talk about risk and outcome management, and especially metric, I believe the preparers need way more time to think about, not only about time, different worldview, how to assess, how to understand this fundamental different dimensions for reporting. So in that from that angle, I think separating these two makes more sense. And taking a little more time than what we schedule now, I'm okay with that. Because from my standpoint, this is first kind of approach of standard setting. Never, most of entity view based standard, I know we already have experience and knowledge, but this is completely different animal. So I think we need to follow, like, take more and more measured step toward this kind of new venture into sustainable reporting world.
Thanks, Sunjin. Yun.
Thank you, Chair. I support separate standards, and I agree with Mary about we should be very careful about what's the outcome of all operations, because making public policy is often regarded as part of all operations for the public sector entity. So this might need to be clarified in BC or somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Yun. So I think we've probably actually heard from all the board members. And I think, there's no doubt, and I think this is an important decision. So I am going to ask for a vote in a minute on it. But I think there's no doubt about the fact that, if we do split, then there is some real thinking to be done about what phase 2 would look like in terms of how fundamental. And I heard arguments both ways in terms of, expectations and needing to move forward versus, in doing that, we need to bring in other experience. We need to be clear about how it fits with other frameworks versus actually, do you really take a step back? So I think, there's going to have to be a further discussion about that. And therefore, in going out with communication, we're going to need to balance that. Yes, we are taking this forward. Yes, we are going to review all the excellent feedback that we've had on this, because clearly our constituents have said this guidance is needed. The question is, what is this? And what timeline is appropriate, bearing in mind the resource constraints that we have, because what we don't want to do is go out with something that isn't well thought through and doesn't meet their needs. Equally, it can't be perfect. So a lot of different constraints. But I think in approaching this, this decision, then clearly, if we do split, then we need to be very clear that we are committing to moving forward with that. But equally, to balance that with, we're going to need to reflect on what we've heard in terms of how we plan and what the time frame for that is going to be in order to deliver a good product that's appropriate to the needs sector. So I think with that, if you like, with that reflection, and I hope that picks up, because there's a range of views that I've heard in what I think has been a good and considered discussion. I would like to just formalise the decision now in terms of formally just making sure that we understand the mandate going forwards.
Excuse me. So for those who support the staff recommendation to proceed with separate standards and develop own operations first, please raise your hand. We have 16 for the staff recommendation. I think that's unanimous based on attendance today.
Okay, thank you for that, everyone. I think that was a very important discussion, and I think I'm glad that we heard from everybody in that. Camira, did you want to? Oh, no, okay. So I think that actually, that does give the direction. I think very clearly the mandate about, obviously staff have thought about the communication, but I think we do need to be very clear in terms of what we communicate and how we communicate. And really that there is a continued commitment to deliver on public policy programmes, even although we've got the focus going forwards on own operations. Renee, and then I'm going to break us for coffee.
Yes, thank you. So question of clarification for next step on public policy program. So what are we saying in terms of when's the next time we're going to touch it, pick it up? We talked about maybe two streams in parallel. We know there's limited capacity on the staff side. So do we have clarity, or can we reach clarity as a board to understand when do we think we're going to pick it up? And is there a way that maybe there could be some level of time capacity allocated to starting to plan or research or think, like, are there some early steps as opposed to just putting it aside, right? That's an option, putting it aside and picking it up in, I guess, in January or whenever, or doing something else. That's what I'm wondering. Have we thought about that? Are we aligned on that?
Can we allow staff to go away and think about that, Renee? Because I think it's not like we're talking a 2-year delay on this. I think, let's be clear, we're now in June, we're talking about actually a real stretch target of trying to deliver a standard by the end of the year. So I don't think there's a credibility issue in terms of saying we're pausing. We may do some limited research, but I think we have to be really careful about expectation management, firstly within the board, but also externally, because going back to the capacity point, if we start doing any significant level of research, outreach or whatever, that is time that we don't have to deliver. So I think, I understand, the point about communication, and there will be opportunities to speak at conferences and so on. But every time we take away from delivery on own operations, that lengthens that timeline. So I don't want anybody to be under any misconceptions that there will be a massive amount of work done over the next 6 months. Now, I think we do have to allow staff to go away and reflect on what's possible, and come back on that. But equally, we've also heard quite a lot of concerns, and there will need to be time debating, well, what is the shape of that? What's the extent of that? And so I think at this stage, let's just focus now on own operations for this meeting, and then staff will come back with some further thinking. And at that point, we'll take a break. So we'll come back at 5:02. Thank you. Okay, so refueled, we now move into thinking about moving own operations forward. So we have the paper in terms of alignment with IFRS S2. So Karen, to you.
Thanks, Chair. So one of the instructions from April was that staff should sufficiently reflect the benefits of aligning with S2 as we saw in the comments. And so we went back to those comments that supported the alignment with IFRS S2, and here we're summarizing them to the board on the to highlight the benefits of aligning with S2. So first, consistency and comparability within the private sector and also between the public and private sectors, with a lot of entities now are adopting the IFRS S2, and this is one of the benefits that was highlighted in the CAG session earlier this week as well. It also enhances the credibility of building off the global baseline. There's a lot of entities are already using it. It's very highly regarded as a global baseline, and the IFRS S2 has established itself as the global baseline that private sector entities report in alignment to. And the third point is that it facilitates knowledge transfer through existing experience. So this is very important because over the past few years, there has been a lot of growing expertise in the private sector and growing knowledge on what is on the application implementation of IFRS S2. So there's been a lot of knowledge there, and also the IPSASB has put out a lot of their own implementation guidance, a lot of examples, a lot of material to support entities on their journey. And so this is, by aligning with IFRS S2, we can utilize some of that existing knowledge and existing expertise that has been built up on the private sector guidance. And the last point that a lot of respondents told us, and that we just discussed, is that it supports the development of public sector standard as soon as possible. So with the usual IPSASB alignment procedures, we're developing and adapting the standard where applicable for public sector entities, and also reflecting differences where there is a difference between a private and a public sector. But we're also acknowledging that there are different views. There are a few different views on the alignment, on the strong alignment with IFRS S2. There were some respondents that told us that the IFRS S2 is overly specific and too prescriptive. And there are also respondents who are telling us that the IFRS S2 is focused on technically trained users. So they're focused on investors who rather than the public sector, who the user base is much wider and might not really understand or have that much training understanding on that information. But overall, we think that it is appropriate that we continue with the alignment with the IFRS S2. There's a lot of benefits that were highlighted by respondents, and there was a general support from respondents on aligning with private sector guidance. And we do note that the IPSASB SRS ED1 was designed to be principle-based rather than a prescriptive standard. And a number of respondents, a few of them also noted that the IFRS S2 is currently undergoing ongoing amendments. As you may sorry, as you may know, they have been discussing the ongoing amendments, and they have put out an exposure draft on the amendments. They are mostly focused on greenhouse gas emissions. For example, if you have a look at the paper, there's a few amendments that we've listed in the paper that includes Scope 3, Category 15, finance emissions, and then there's also global warming potential values, so very focused on the greenhouse gas emissions disclosures. But we also realize that not all of them may be relevant for the public sector context. We might not have adapted those into the public sector context when we adapted the IFRS S2, and some of them are very specific for the private sector. And so when the IPSASB finalizes the amendments, if it's before our final pronouncement on own operations, we will evaluate and incorporate as necessary. If not, if the IPSASB finalizes the amendments after that, then we might look to maybe addressing that through a subsequent narrow scope amendments following the issuance of the final pronouncement. But it still needs to be debated and discussed by the board on the extent of relevance on those amendments to the proposed own operations standard. So the recommendation here is to continue aligning with IFRS S2, and we are keeping a very close communication with the IPSASB staff to learn about the amendments and how it might affect us, and also to support each other in this sustainability reporting journey.
Okay, thanks, Karen. So I think, as we've done so far in this session, I think, again, this is an important decision, and, I'd really like to make sure we get input from as many board members as possible in terms of moving forward with this. So I think we have a clear recommendation from staff. Clearly there are those amendments, but I think we have mechanisms for dealing with those, ideally in a final standard, but if not, then through potentially limited scope amendments coming up fairly quickly afterwards. But as with all things, until the IPSASB has actually decided what it's doing, then we can't really take a view on whether we want to incorporate and the relevance and so on. So, I think the message is there is noise out there, but that shouldn't take away from the main decision that we're being asked to take. So I will open up for comments from members. Scott, you're first.
Thank you, and I didn't know I'd be first, but anyway. So yeah, I support the staff recommendation, and as I mentioned yesterday, if you had any doubt about this recommendation, just listen to Heather in the CAG meeting about how important interoperability is to who is actually making the decisions and the international investors. She made it very clear that the same people are buying bonds no matter who issues them. So interoperability is very important there. I think also it allows us to leverage all the efforts IAAB does. So the fact that everything they're doing is they're in front of us and we get to leverage that piece. The only observation or maybe suggestion I have, I think it does underscore the comment about maybe standard 2 is written more towards an investor. That probably puts a little pressure on us on application guidance to maybe make sure our application guidance is clear, maybe at a different level. So that would be my only comment related to that. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott. Abdullah.
Thank you, Chair. And this was one of the decisions that I was debating with myself, like Sanjay said yesterday. But it is beneficial to have a global baseline that we align with it. But we need to be mindful of a couple of things, that S2 is too prescriptive for a public sector from my perspective. Second, there might be a chance for misalignment based on the governance structure for national level, and also for the capacity building and for reporting, especially for the developing countries, and we've been hearing from them, those are the ones who might be jumping on adopting our standards. With that being said, I don't mind to have alignment with S2, but we might want to give exemptions for indicators that are applicable for the public sector. That is one. And second, we might have some explicit linkages to a global framework like the United Nations for Convention of Climate Change that's been established and out there. So that would capture for the public sector element in that. So that is, I would be okay with the alignment subject to just given the public sector and having the linkages with the United Nations or other frameworks.
Thanks, Abdullah. I mean, I think there is a general requirement that we're going to need to be mindful of other relevant frameworks and be clear about where the intersects are and if there are differences, why there are differences, and so on. And there are a number of, frameworks that are, potentially relevant. So I think there's a general piece of work, and that's going to go across both own operations, but particularly when we get into public policy programs. Angela, next.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for that introduction. I support the staff recommendation to align with IFRS S2. I think I wanted to just sort of touch on how I got there, because in there is a sort of a question I have as well. Firstly, there was overwhelming response in the submission letters to an aligned S2, and I know Patricia made some very good points about that sort of education, that global baseline. Other members mentioned that, and I think that's really important, particularly when we're all starting. And the private sector's not that far ahead of us, really. So I think we're all learning together. It actually helps sometimes to have exactly the same standard, and that implementation guidance from this board supports how to interpret that. And I think in an evolutionary space, it can be almost the least regrets is to keep the standard kind of quite clean and pure and aligned. But as we learn more and develop implementation guides, we can come back and later decide whether actually there is a public sector difference, that principle that needs to be addressed. But one of the comments that came through, and it was around complexity, really prescriptive disclosure, it's long, and we did talk recently about proportionality, scalability, perhaps to a smaller size entity. And I was reflecting on, I think that's is prevalent in the public sector, maybe more prevalent, but it's also prevalent in the private sector. And I was reflecting, and just listening to private sector people who are adopting this, I think there is a sense that the standard was written for large institutional corporates on capital markets raising money. So, perhaps even the IPSASB maybe went overprescribed, thinking about that user and didn't really think about what we would call the small medium enterprises in our country. So I think there is it's been written for a certain sized organisation. I think a lot of our public sector entities are in the size of small, medium enterprises, but collectively we have both large, we have a large variety of agencies. So I guess my question is, have the staff thought about, while I agree with alignment, potentially with the IPSASB, because I think this is a private sector issue and a public sector issue, is there any dialogue or acknowledgement with the IPSASB collectively that perhaps over time there will be a need for a kind of SME or a small, a smaller, simpler, less prescriptive standard? I guess this is future state, because I had thought, should we do that job as part of this alignment project, simplify the language, maybe take out some of the long prescriptive disclosures? And that was an option in my head, but I've gone against that option in my head because I think there are benefits of this sort of pure everyone on the same standard. But I am just interested, so the question is that something that has occupied the staff's mind or in conversations with the IPSASB? Because I do believe it's a all sector issue, it's not a public sector issue on its own.
Ross, and I think it's worthwhile reflecting on what the conclusions from our examination of IFRS for SMEs.
Yeah, I was going to go there, but I think in terms of the direct question, have we been having the discussion on where ISSB is going in general? Yes. I haven't heard any plans or definitely anything public about an SME's version for sustainability standards yet, but there's it's a moving space. So, and we can specifically have that discussion, but in terms of us thinking about that idea, I mean, we considered areas when we developed the ED where we should make changes for public sector reasons, and we didn't get to a place where we had a good argument for, making the changes that we haven't made already. So the main areas where we've diverged from S2, we added quite a bit of guidance in the understanding the entity context that we took from GRI. That's additional and we think public sector specific on understanding the nature of your entity and its impact outside its own operations. That's already there. And the other major area where we've deviated from S2 was by being more flexible in how you come up with your greenhouse gas inventory by putting that rebuttable presumption in that you use GHG, but not precluding other methodologies should you have a good argument to make that and put disclosures around that. And in terms of an SME type standard, I think we'd run into the exact same problems we had on differential reporting. At an international level, to prescribe with our conceptual framework as a background on what's less publicly accountable or less important is very difficult. That's why we haven't been successful on the financial reporting side on doing that as well. And where we landed on that was going to non-standard setting work, and we're working on navigating IPSASB now to help with the issue that's more of a capacity issue with smaller entities, but there's not a strong conceptual link to draw a line in a principled way. You can do that much easier at a jurisdictional level, where you've got a more understanding of the scope of the entities and size and what's small or not. But when we're sitting around a table of preparers, users from jurisdictions that could be, smaller like New Zealand and larger ones like, we've got China, Brazil around the table, the understanding of small and big are orders of magnitude different. So I think we'd really struggle based on past experience to do that. But.
Yeah, thanks. So I think, keep in view, but nothing in the immediate future, I think is. Claudia?
So thank you, Ross. You explained, or you already answered one of my questions, because Abdullah asked already what we mean by aligning own operations with FRS S2. It means subject to what we have already proposed in our standard. That means we have widened it by GRI criteria, or at least the GHG protocol topic. So yeah, if it's that clear, then yeah, I really support that we go what we have done so far. That's thank you.
Thanks, Claudia. So Patricia next.
Thank you. I would like only to reinforce what Angela said. I need more implementation guidance to treat about the specific issues. For example, to explore the concern of Mary about how it's possible to separate outcomes or not, how to understand the own operation in the context of the role of the public sector. And about the concern in relation to the small entities or medium and small entities, I think this is a question for private sector too. And but I think it's the solution is not in the same way for in private and public sector. But I think You need to know before what is the the standard, and then to think about how to give some reliefs if it was the case. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. Renee?
Yes, thank you. Yes, I agree that we should keep aligning with IFRS 2. We've heard overwhelming feedback and support for that. We want, as a board, to support global baselines. So I think this is the right thing to do. Some of the comments that we heard. So on our proposals being too prescriptive. Do we have more insight on what constituents found too prescriptive? Did they provide alternative? I'm not sure. That would be a question that comes to mind. But also, is it too prescriptive, or we need to better educate on how the standard is written? Because I thought there is flexibility in the standard. We like the IPSASB, we've picked up their proportionality guidance, right? That as an entity, if you can do it, do it. If you don't have data, you can't do it. Just explain that you can't do it. Like I don't see how prescriptive. I'm not sure this is too prescriptive. So maybe our constituents are not yet maybe grasping what we mean, and we just need more guidance, more communication, more education. So there I'm skeptical that this is actually an issue that we haven't already addressed. The question for me, the own operations standard is seeking to achieve the exact same objective as IFRS 2 for a private sector entity's operations. And it's in disclosing information about the entity's own strategy to address physical climate risks and transitional climate risk. We're picking up the exact same risks, and we're expecting that as an operating entity, a public sector entity, would tell its story in the exact same fashion as a private sector entity, because in the objective we're trying to achieve is to get the public sector to articulate their own risks and their own strategy to address, I'm going to use transitional risk, which is to address climate change, to address their carbon footprint. So I don't see a difference between a public sector and a private sector entity in their operations generating a carbon footprint. And therefore, how does a public sector entity reduce its carbon footprint? It's going to be very similar strategies to how a private sector entity will seek to reduce its carbon footprint. So I don't see public sector specific issues that we need to address there. When I hear comments about, oh, we need to think about the public sector angle, I think this is for the next stream. This is more on the public policy side. On the own operations, I think, yes, we need to make sure that a public sector entity finds itself in our guidance. So we need to make sure we have the right terminology. We need to add the proposed guidance we added is already helping an entity to understand the guidance in the context of the public sector. But we don't need to go beyond that, because the objective is exactly the same. An entity that is exposed to a physical risk, a flood, of whatever, they need to address how they're going to remain sustainable by addressing the risk of a flood if they're in a high-risk flood area. So again, whether you're a private sector entity and across the street you're the public sector entity, both entities will have to address the risk of flood in that area, right, in their own operations. So I think we need to understand that, to understand why we want to be aligned with IFRS 2 and why we want the public sector to be telling their story in a comparable way to the private sector.
Thanks, Renee. I mean, I think that does come back to communication. I mean, I think it's good that we got very strong support for the approach, and I think that wasn't a given. You know, when we started this, we did have to actually think quite carefully. Do we think it's, you know, the same, you know, that we can take an aligned approach to this? And actually, I think your example about, you know, mitigating flooding risk, you know, if you're in the same street, it's the same risk, actually is quite a good, you know, it's a good practical demonstration of that. And I think that, you know, it's important that we, you know, it does play with our kind of academic rules of the road. If it's the same, do the same. But I think that underlines it very, very nicely. So thank you for that. Karen.
Thank you, Chair. So I too agree that alignment with S2 is the way we should go. I think it's a strong start point, and I think for the reasons that Renee just described, you know, whatever business you're in, you're still operating a business, whether it's in the public sector, private sector, or elsewhere. From conversations that I've had in the past, it does get tricky in the mindset of people in the public sector, because they sometimes find it difficult to unravel what is their own operations and what is their role in public policy setting. I've been involved in conversations where people have tied themselves up in knots around that. So I think we do need to be, provide some helpful guidance to help people actually focus on, if you like, focus on the knitting here, the core part in terms of operations. I know it was said earlier about picking up on what's happening with the IPSASB, and of course we don't know what we don't know at this point, but also in Europe as well. There has been some, I think the words backtracking were the ones that I've heard. So there are clearly some lessons being learned about the application of these standards, and I think we should be mindful of those lessons. Even, you know, we might not want to wait for the IPSASB. If we think they're really highly relevant, we might need to be, walking in parallel with these rather than for them to kind of officially pronounce, particularly if we're clear which direction that they're going in. To the point about prescription, because we've heard that it's overly prescriptive, I do think we need to have a mind to that and the concerns that people are raising around that. And I think for me, I guess the overarching position on this is, you know, are there any differences in the users of public sector information that we need to be mindful to? Yes, there is an overlap with the investor community, but there are also different users as well, and making sure that we've considered those, but also to make sure that, and maybe it's for that other category of users, that in the level of disclosures that are made, we don't actually obscure information that certain categories of users would find the most helpful. So there's obviously there's a balance to be achieved there, but I think we shouldn't just automatically flow through what's in S2. I think we do need to look at that in the public sector context. And with that in mind, I think Andrew might have said earlier, not in this debate, but in another one, about what does it look like at the end of this? And I'm still trying to get my head around what's a GPFR going to look like with all of these disclosures, and have we got the balance right? People always certainly accuse me in past roles of producing a doorstop, document that people don't read and find inaccessible. I think we need to be mindful that we're not just adding to that through these disclosures, and think about what needs to be in and what might be accessed through a different mechanism. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. Ross, you want to come back in?
Yeah, just wanted to highlight, I agree with you. Monitoring what's happening in the private sector on implementation and their ongoing support for S2 is important, and we are watching that. And I think similarly, when our standards done and complete, I think we will need an ongoing implementation monitoring support process as well, which we kind of talked about earlier or into 2024 and in March. So I think that's something we're contemplating in the overall plan. In terms of the decision to continue at a line, just again to bring it back to what we're talking about today, we actually have pretty good support in the comment letters and not a lot of noise around areas where, some of the concerns are popping up around the board have actually been flagged. So there's not a lot of really big issues to crack there. There are some things to look at. And in terms of work to get us ready to approve, untangling the integrated standard into two separate standards is going to take some staff resources and time to make that happen over the next few weeks. So, I don't think there's a lot of deep thinking needed on what we've proposed in S2 based on the response. A lot of this might come, though, through the implementation phase and seeing, how it's being used and where problems in practice are. So I just want to flag where we are on that. In terms of comments where there's more thinking and, a harder job, I think there's a lot more of that in public policy programs where people have flagged things and that's not unexpected because that is the greenfield part of the standard where we're working in a completely new space.
Thanks, Ross. I think also the other thing is to say that, there's a lot of communication at staff level and at board level, in terms of these developments. And certainly I think, my perception is actually that's, we haven't been in that position before. I think, certainly I know that the leadership at IPSASB are, watching what we're doing very carefully. They see it as an important part of, that global baseline actually really becoming a reality, that they're focusing in the right areas and so on. So, I think that isn't the same as we've experienced in the past because we've been so much further behind in the, IPSAS. So there genuinely is a will to listen to what's going on and to respond, and I think that is a really positive thing. So yeah. Andrew, to you.
Thanks. So I agree with the decision to continue to align with S2. I do think it's important to get the baseline. I do think we got support in the comment letters. Are there issues? Sure there are, and we can respond to those that have been raised to us. But I mean, we also have other tools, the implementation form that we can use, educational materials, etc. I do think it's different from our financial reporting or our accounting sort of section where you don't expect as rapid changes in a standard in future. I think this space, and to the point you were making now, Ian, it's a far more rapidly changing environment, even in the private sector space. And the only reason I actually wanted to make an intervention was where Karen was going, and you touched on it later, is I think we need to run in parallel here. So I don't think we should perhaps wait for changes to come out from ISSB. We can start looking at what they're doing as well, start thinking about what they mean for us, and really start working a lot more closely with it. I think the pace of change here, the lessons here would probably go both ways in terms of this. So I don't think we should do our wait and see like we've done in the past. I do support more of a parallel approach on this, and I just wanted to underline that.
Okay. I think it's useful to have that encouragement. I mean, I think, there's just some practical constraints because you don't want to land in one place and then they go to another place. So, but I agree with you, it can be more real time on this. And I think as we, one of the things I think I take away from the discussion that we've had thus far is it is going to be really important thinking about the implementation guidance that's going to be relevant for the private sector, from the private sector rather to the public sector, because a lot of it will read across, but there will be a need to actually make it more specific as well so that our constituents can see themselves in it and can see their challenges in it. And I think, we've talked about this needing an ongoing implementation program. And so I think as we move towards finalising the standard, I think if we can build that understanding of which pieces of IPSASB literature are going to be relevant for our own constituents, and are there going to be additional things that our constituents need or angles that, I think if we can build that, then when we actually get to a final standard, then we're also saying, and here's the further material that we're looking to contextualize for you, so that everybody's got that and it is learning. Okay, Patricia. And then I think we might wrap up on this unless anybody else wants to come in. I think there's a fairly clear consensus emerging. Patricia.
Yeah, I agree with René that when I analyze risks and opportunities, probably you will find the same risks and opportunities. I agree with Karen that when I analyze one of the main differences is in relation to the users. But I think you need to consider one additional point. Private sector has a concern to have the same, to have coherence in informations, in relation to the informations about the strategy, risks and opportunities and targets, and what I present in the financial statements. This is a concern. And in the alignment, I don't know if it's on alignment, but in the context of public sector, you decide to connect these two stories or the same stories in two different dimensions. One dimension is risks and opportunity strategies, metrics, but sustainability, long-term sustainability, fiscal sustainability. I think this is very specific for public sector too. It just changed the way, because one connect with financial statement standards. A long-term fiscal sustainability can be or not be based on financial statement report. This is a point that I should explore too. Thank you.
So I think it's an interesting point that you make. I mean, if you think about the way that RPG1 works, basically what it's saying is that you need to use the balance sheet, and you need to analyse the balance sheet in terms of thinking about cash flows going forwards, and the time frame over which you need to think about those very much varies depending on whether you're a national government with significant tax raising powers or whether actually you're a local body that is highly dependent on funding from other levels of government, in which case it's a much shorter time dimension and much closer to the private sector. And so that's where, it will play out differently probably in terms of own operations compared to public policy programs. And so, maybe in thinking about this, we can actually draw on, because that was one of the real tricky things we had in terms of formulating RPG1 in the first place, was there are different vulnerabilities to withdrawal of funding and so on. So I think the degree of difference is going to depend on the nature of the activities that we're thinking about. So I think, it's worthwhile staff reflecting on that, but it will play out differently if I'm a hospital or a school and basically I'm not tax raising compared to I'm in a state or a regional, national government, and I've got to think about long-term demographic changes and all of that kind of thing. So, it's complex, but we need to factor that in. Okay, so I think we have good consensus there from members in terms of, as supported by our constituents and the responses, that we should continue to align with own operations. I think, if there are additional aspects in the responses that indicate there's anything that we haven't really considered as yet in terms of how we implement it, obviously that's something that staff should bring forward. And I think if we can have that in mind as staff progress through this, that we start to compile that, okay, what sort of supporting guidance are we expecting? I think that will help us then in terms of beginning to scope that programme of work going forwards, and use that as an opportunity to demonstrate the need for additional funding, which we should always remember here is going to be important. So, yeah. Okay, so I think with that we move on to the next topic.
So the next issue is on the use of greenhouse gas protocol. And for those of you that were here this Monday for the CAG meeting, we have discussed this with the CAG, and we have gotten some feedback from the CAG as well. And I think from our responses, the reasons for why respondents generally supported the rebuttable presumption that entities use the greenhouse gas protocol was fairly similar to what we when we were talking about IFRS 2 on the consistency, comparability point, and then also on building on the existing knowledge base and the existing expertise from the private sector. What I would highlight here, and these were all what we heard from respondents, is that the greenhouse gas protocol provides a principled approach for the SRS ED1, so it's very compatible with the principled approach that we are taking with our standard. And another point is that it allows for jurisdictional flexibility. So the rebuttable presumption allows for entities to use another approach if that is more applicable in their circumstances, as long as they provide us the reasons and also explain that methodology. And in fact, one of our respondents told us that this was the usual practice in its own country, where certain brown industries in the public sector were expected to apply a more detailed methodology, while all other entities could use the greenhouse gas protocol. So we could see that from the staff point of view, looking at all the comments, that this was there was general support on using the greenhouse gas protocol. But there were also other views on whether the IPSASB should be using the greenhouse gas protocol. There were some that told us that it should be presented as a recommendation, not a rebuttable presumption, so asking for further flexibility, while there were some that were asking for less flexibility, asking to take away that rebuttable presumption and taking that IFRS 2 approach, so requiring all entities using the greenhouse gas protocol. And these respondents were of that view, were telling us that having this flexibility would potentially reduce the comparability and consistency of information. And I guess some of us could say that the objective of aligning with private sector standards as well. And there were some of these other comments also were pretty interesting, and there were some that told us that it isn't, the greenhouse gas protocol is not prescriptive and is unlikely to lead to comparable reporting. But this was also a point that some entities told us it was a benefit for them. So for some, this was the principled approach taken by the greenhouse gas protocol is a plus for some, and is a minus for certain some respondents. And then there's also entities who are telling us, this is from a preparer who has told us that the focus of the greenhouse gas protocol may not be useful for primary users. And while on the other hand, we've gotten responses from users, and these users are telling us that the use of greenhouse gas protocol provides them with decision useful information. So as you can see, there's a whole variety of information across the scope, but from the staff perspective, we think that the middle ground, the balance point, is for us to retain that rebuttable presumption on using the greenhouse gas protocol, where it's that point where we can balance consistency, have that comparability, but also support jurisdictional flexibility, recognizing that there are a lot of public sector entities using different methodologies, as seen from some of the jurisdictional examples that our respondents have provided us with.
Thanks, Karen. So as ever, it's one of these examples of we need to find a middle way that actually balances those views backwards and forwards. And I think one of the other factors that we might just note in thinking about this is we do know that the greenhouse gas protocol itself is actually being reviewed at the moment. They have developed their standard setting approach and do have formal observers on that approach, on that process, which and that approach has been developed with the IPSASB, and certainly we will look at, and we've had an introduction to the relevant people there literally this week. So we will look at the IPSASB's ability to take on observer status, which it certainly appears prima facie we would be eligible for. And I think that would be important in terms of perhaps going to Andrew's point that actually, we're working with this real time going forwards. So I think that's just an important development to share with staff, and we'll keep you posted as those deliberations actually develop. Okay, so open up then for comments on the staff recommendations as outlined on the screen. Karen, lead us off.
I'll go first. So I think that that it is useful to be using a framework across all entities in the economy. Just noting what you were saying about what's happening in terms of the greenhouse gas protocol, I think wherever that lands, I think that should be the start point for public sectors, because there isn't a different measure for the public sector versus the private sector, and if you were trying to see what's going on across the economy in any particular jurisdiction, you wouldn't be able to do that if you were using different measurement bases. So I think we should be following what's happening in the private sector to get that whole of economy position. I do think it should be the rebuttable presumption. That does give some flexibility if there is a really, really good reason why it's not appropriate to use. So it doesn't take flexibility away completely, but I think it does provide a very strong nudge about what the expectation is about the framework that should be used. So that's my thoughts on it.
Thanks, Karen. Angela.
Thanks, Chair. I also agree with the staff recommendation. I think you've got the balance right with the rebuttable presumption, and I very much support the reasons that Karen laid out. The other thing is I'm pleased and excited to hear of the potential IPSASB connection with the GHG protocol. Look, I encourage us to be involved as well. And I suppose the one concern I have is that is the fact that it's called the GHG protocol, a corporate accounting and reporting standard, which is fine. I agree. We should all be on the same framework, and I think the issue is in. I guess the desire would be in the GHG protocol organisations to ensure that the protocol, even if the title is corporate, does adequately reflect public sector. And this is where my knowledge ends. I'm not that familiar with it. I do know that public sector organisations are using it, so that sounds very positive. So I just really encourage us as an international standard setter covering public sector that we continue to work with that organisation if possible, and perhaps there is some explanation or communication for our public sector constituencies that even though it's called sort of corporate accounting, that we've already decided that we feel it's appropriate framework to start with. So yes, it's really the title that puts me off when I see it in a public sector guidance. But great news, actually, Ross, just to hear of those developments this week.
Yeah, well, we have an introduction to the chair of the Standards Board, so I will be following that up with an introductory meeting, and I think it's a neat point to raise going forward. So we will take that up. Thanks, Angela. Ross.
So I think 2 points on this. I think the board should commend itself, I think, on the proposals around this. Because I think if you look at the comments, we kind of got, I call it the Goldilocks approach. So some didn't like it at all. Some thought we should do something different, but it's a spectrum. And I think the board kind of got it in the middle with the rebuttable presumption. So you've got, a clear view, but some flexibility if needed and can explain. And I think, we could debate it many, many times over. I don't think you're going to get a better approach that kind of makes all constituents equally unhappy, which is probably where you want to be.
Thanks, Ross. It's a bit like the sort of taxation thing, isn't it? That you kind of need to extract the maximum amount of revenue with the minimum amount of noise. Sorry, that's not a good analogy, but anyway. Renee.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I also agree that we should align. Again, it's as part of our strategy to maintain a global baseline. I think for the comments, we are challenging consistency and comparability with our flexibility and our rebuttable presumption. I'm thinking that the other potential protocols or frameworks have their own purpose, and if they're different, than the GHG protocol, they're different for good reasons. And if an entity considers them, it's because their activities are such of a different nature that if they would be following the GHG protocol, it would probably not yield an accurate or relevant outcome. So therefore, it would be like artificial alignment. They would try to align against something that is not logic. So I'm assuming, I'm expecting that it's these scenarios, these entities and these scenarios that are going to be considering deviating, and I think that would be acceptable, and I think we should be catering to that. Around the CIF table, we heard a lot about public sector entities using the GHG protocol already, and even something that's interesting, and I personally want to better understand that. There's even the GHG protocol for communities, right? For cities. So local governments have, I believe, worked together to develop the community angle of the GHG protocol to assist local communities in calculating their own GHG. So I think there's even something there that maybe one day is going to be useful in our PPP maybe standard, right? Because I believe that if it's for the community, it's on the public policy side. So it's interesting that the GHG protocol is even going there. So it is starting to cater to public sector needs. And I thought that's pretty neat that some of our CIF members are actually already adopting it. Thank you.
Ross.
Yeah, thanks for highlighting that, Renee. There were great discussions already in the CIF, as you said, on GHG and Scope 3, and good learnings there already. I just want to highlight, in developing the ED, we did look at the GHG protocol for cities when we were building public policy programs. We spent lots of time when we were deciding whether it should be GHG corporate that we used for our version of S2, or whether we could amend the protocol for cities. So we have been, in the weeds on this for a while. Don't want to get back into the debates on it or why we landed where we landed, but we are following this, and we are aware of the protocol for cities, and it is something we've been following for a bit. And talk offline, I'll share a little bit more.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I think that underlines the reason why we want to get involved in the process, because actually that protocol goes back quite a way, and it's also really, whilst there are certainly, you're right, there's some elements in there which actually would be highly useful in terms of thinking about approach to public policy programs. One of the things that became apparent was that it's actually kind of like for a whole city region. So it's not actually, it's not directly usable because it's not the reporting entity kind of approach. And so therefore, I think what we would be encouraging them to do is inevitably, it will need revisiting, and that would be a good thing, that we can work with them in a way that it then, you know, complements stroke supports our own work on public policy programs, because there's certainly consistency there. It's just that it wasn't really built with a reporting entity frame in mind. You know, and there's also areas where it's sort of, you've got sort of like SDG measures that have come in more recently, and, you know, kind of, so there's quite a few different angles to it that I think we would be encouraging them to work with us, so there's an integrated approach to it. But I think generally, you know, that dialogue should really help going forwards, and it's great that people are picking up on it as well in the CIF. It sounds like a really good conversation. Back on that, Renee.
Right, I just want to clarify that I totally support that municipalities should follow the corporate one, right, for their own operations. But it's interesting to see that there's the other one. So just to clarify, our guidance make that clear, right, that we're expecting that it's the corporate one for own operations, right?
Oops. Yeah, we only refer to the corporate one for own operations. For public policies, we do in the BCs refer to the policy and action standard, but not within the core text itself.
Thanks, Karen. Sunjin.
Thank you, Chair. This is not a comment, but question for clarification after listening what Renee just mentioned. So when we talk about GHG protocol, we're talking about GHG protocol as a whole, right? Not only about scope 1, 2, 3. Because as far as I know, there's a GHG protocol for public sector as well. Well, U.S. public sector as well, but that includes some of unique cases like public-private partnership transactions not available for private sector entities. So as a whole, correct? That's the thing I was trying to clarify.
In the standard, we refer to the greenhouse gas protocol corporate standard 2004. In terms of the U.S. standard, I know that the greenhouse gas protocol does have the protocol for public sector, for U.S. public sector, and also has the policy and action standard. We have looked at that when developing the ED, but I think the fact is that the shift, the focus of the World Resource Institute has shifted, so they have not be, there's these standards have yet to be updated from when they were first designed. Obviously, as Ian said, we now have we will now be more engaged with the greenhouse gas protocol, the World Resource Institute team, hopefully. So hopefully we can bring that public sector lens to them, and hopefully there will be updates coming along from the greenhouse gas protocol side to the public sector.
Yeah, thanks, Karen. And certainly, you know, there are a number of areas where it's not entirely consistent with the you know, IPSASB and indeed IASB standards. So, you know, I think that what they're trying to do is actually kind of get it all much better aligned, so that, you know, and that's just a product of different guidance developed at different time, and now trying to sort of bring it together. So if we can be part of that process, I think that will be very helpful as we develop our thinking. Angela.
Thanks for that question, Sungjin, because sometimes I get confused when we say GHG protocol. What do we actually mean? And I'm educating myself at the moment, and I note when you go on the website, there's there's a whole section for countries and cities, and then there's a section for companies and organisations. And I just want to double check, but I think you have answered it, that when we're talking about own operations, it's under that umbrella of companies and organisations, and within that, there is something called corporate accounting and reporting, and then there's something called corporate value chain as well. And that's what we're specifically referencing in our ED on own operations. Although it's interesting, there are some really interesting things under the countries and cities which are of interest as a municipality, but we're not referencing those at all in our own operations.
No, we are only referencing for own operations the corporate accounting and reporting standard 2004.
Which is back to the labelling point.
Yeah.
It would be nice if it was organisation, accounting and reporting.
Yeah, and also the value chain standard is used for the scope 3, so it's a more detailed standard that explains the scope 3 value chain.
Ross.
Yeah, so just to be clear, if you go back to the exposure draft, it's crystal clear. We're referring to GHG protocol, a corporate accounting and reporting standard 2004, and the related guidance that falls under that. Staff's looked at everything. We've read it all. We've put the things in there we think are applicable to the guidance. So, and in engaging with the World Resource Institute around this, we don't have a formal relationship with them yet. We're trying to do that. So, we'll advocate as much as we can, and maybe I'll just plant this seed for later when we talk about materiality, but I believe labels can be a big problem in this. I think often we react to the label rather than the substance of the guidance, because the substance of the guidance in the GHG protocol doesn't seem problematic to any public sector entities. The label itself is a bit off-putting if you're coming from a public sector perspective, and I'll make other points on labels when we get to materiality.
We look forward to that. Okay, Scott.
Yeah, thank you, Ian. I have a comment and a question for anybody that's feeling a little uneasy about the comparability about allowing an entity to use something other than a greenhouse gas protocol. I think comparability in this space is extremely overrated. I think consistency is always more important in this space because depending on how the organizations decided to deal with their climate could have a significant impact on the measures that come out. In addition, if you're familiar with the protocol, there's even options within how to measure things. Okay, so I've always cautioned people about comparing one organization's raw numbers to another one's because there isn't a lot of comparability in these numbers. But the thing that's important is the fact they compare them consistent year after year. And so where the measurement comes in is how well they've done on their own measures over a period of time. That is the part that's really helpful in comparability, not the numbers themselves, because there's tremendous amount of availability in this. So if anybody felt uneasy about the comparability thing, I think you have to be careful with using comparability with sustainability climate numbers, because I don't think they are comparable, but the consistency of them is. So just an observation I've had from working with organizations in that area. I guess my other one is a question for staff. I don't want to say taken back, but there was a number of people in the CAG meeting that said we should put more parameters around if you want to deviate from the presumption to use greenhouse gases. And I would guess caution against that, because if we do that, that's going to reduce the flexibility. and so I don't think we want to put too many barriers, particularly early on. If an organization's got something they're using, I think that's probably good enough. Just an observation.
Thanks, Scott. I mean, I think that does really, it is about getting organizations thinking about this. And it's a classic example of the saying about don't let the best be the enemy of the good. There will be a time, when this is all much more widespread, when you can start to think about that. But it's really getting this going in the first place. And back to to Ross's point, I think we've hit the Goldilocks zone here, certainly to begin with. Karen, I'm going to move us on to the next topic.
Just reflecting on Scott's point there about consistency, coming from a jurisdiction where greenhouse gas emissions data has been published for some time, I'm very conscious that it's data rather than information. And I think we shouldn't overlook that, particularly when we're looking at consistency. We kind of need to know what's the story that is telling. So just to say, don't forget that point. We can make lots of data disclosures, but actually, in terms of our users, what we need to be providing is information.
Thanks, Karen. So I think the board is in agreement with staff recommendations that we move forward with the proposals in the ED, and in particular retaining that rebuttable presumption approach. Okay, so then we move into scope 3.
Great. So the next issue is on scope 3 greenhouse gas emissions. This was something that we discussed with the CAG and also with the SIF. So the draft ED proposes that public sector entities disclose scope 3 emissions, and this was after deliberation and discussion by the board that scope 3 is really important in painting that complete picture of the entity's full emissions. So in response to that proposal that all public sector entities report scope 3 emissions, there are somewhat varied views, which we can represent from 3 different angles. So there are those that support requiring scope 3 greenhouse gas emissions. These are made up of users, includes individuals and some investors. These people are telling us that scope 3 is very important. It's a key part to them in understanding an entity's value chain and how that full picture of emission looks like. And there's another group which is made up of some preparers and some audit offices who are telling us that scope 3 is important, but there's a cost benefit consideration associated with that. And because of the complexity of scope 3, it should be made voluntary for public sector entities. And then there's a third group of respondents who are telling us that scope 3 is not relevant and not applicable to the public sector. So in general, a lot of that disagreement came from the complexity of scope 3 emissions and also the cost benefit considerations that are associated with public sector entities in reporting scope 3 emissions. And so as a result, leading up to this meeting, we went further back to the board's initial discussions on scope 3, and we looked at what other public sector entities are doing, and what other jurisdictions are requiring, and are looking at whether scope 3 are complex. Are they just complex? Are they doable? And are they just maybe not relevant for the public sector? So some of the examples that we went back to include the UK, New Zealand, and France. These are countries that are already requiring some form of scope 3 emissions reporting from public sector entities. And we've also talked to the SIF, which Renee, maybe you can share a bit about later, to confirm the relevance of scope 3 emissions for public sector entities, where we actually held a poll for SIF members asking them whether where their journey was on scope 3, public sector scope 3 reporting. And a third of SIF leaders told us that they were already reporting scope 3 emissions. 2/3 of them told us that they have plans in starting to do so. So that confirms to us, that's as staff, that scope 3 is it is complex, but it is doable for the public sector, and it is certainly relevant and applicable for the public sector. And so our recommendation here is to retain the proposed disclosure requirements on scope 3. Maybe there might be a transition discussion along with that, but we do hope to bring that up in the next meetings. So focusing on whether we want to, whether public sector entities should disclose Scope 3 emissions here.
Thank you, Karen. Fabienne, do you want to make some observations based on the CAC discussion? Then I'll go to Renee in terms of the CIF. Fabienne?
Thank you, Jan. Yes, regarding Scope 3 GHG emissions, I personally think it was quite compelling to hear on Monday that all CAG members agreed that Scope 3 is important, given the public sector's broad influence. It is indeed important, for instance, in that it leads to acting upon adaptation and to encouraging behavioral changes. However, members also acknowledged the complexity involved and emphasized the need for further consideration on whether an extended transition timeline or a phased approach would be appropriate. Thank you.
Thanks, Fabienne. Renee, in terms of the CIF.
Yes, I mean, just to build on what Karen already said, there is experience around the CIF table and entities already adopting and using the GHG protocol, including Scope 3. They admitted that it is complex and that a lot of work is still needed for them to have fulsome reporting at that level. They also acknowledge, and I think we also acknowledge here around the board, that there's a lot of more development needed in that space, right? And the GHG protocol understands that, and there will be movement. But to me, it's not a reason for the public sector not, or arguing that it's not relevant or that we shouldn't be doing it. I think we need to start having the same discipline as the other sectors of the economy. Again, it's as it relates to calculating the carbon footprint of an entity's operations. Again, I don't see any difference between a private and the public sector on that level. Now, something that was discussed around this CIF is the complexity. These 15 different, what are they, categories, and they proceeded to discuss which category seemed the easiest one, and some others they're challenged with, but definitely public sector entities, at least those CIF members, understand it and are seeking to improve their disclosures in relation to it. So that's CIF report back, and personally, as a board member, I support staff's proposal.
Thanks, Renee. I mean, I think it's, it's a good example of how we're getting a lot of good practical experience into our deliberations from those various different sources, and it just underlines particularly, I think, how CIF is still relatively new, but I think it's a very powerful way of being able to access that practical knowledge and experience, kind of real time, as it were. Karen.
Thank you, Chair. Just a comment and a question. So the first being in terms of what's happening in Treasury, we're still early days yet. So they've started on the journey and there's lots of feedback to come, but also to say that they are, the word material is in here, and it really is only to the larger departments that it's applying, not to smaller ones, because of the complexity and so on. And that's very much on a cost-benefit basis. So just to flag that. My question is about upstream and downstream, and whether in terms of any of the feedback that you've had, whether there is greater support for one of those or both of those, or whether respondents haven't commented on it. Because I can see the sort of I always get the way around, but the procurement side of it, the upstream, I think it is, side of it, I can see that there is a role for government. It does influence in what it's doing. I struggle to get my head around the downstream side of things. I mean, I think it's different if you are a government entity that is producing goods of some description, but when you are supplying services, I haven't quite got my head around it. So I just wondered whether there was any feedback on that, or maybe we need, well, certainly I need some education on this to help make sense of that in terms of what we should be prioritising. I would find that helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. Alex, back on that.
Great. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Karen. So a couple things on this. First, it was specifically discussed, as you raised, Renee, within the Sustainability Implementation Forum, where they were running through the individual categories, saying not just what was easier and what was not, but that some jurisdictions were phasing the categories in Scope 3. So they were starting with particularly business travel is a good example of that, saying, okay, we start with this and we're bringing in other categories over time. In terms of the upstream, downstream, that's one where we actually have had specific reference to say, well, there aren't as many public sector entities who are thinking about the use of sold products, end-of-life treatment, processing sold products. That's much more of a kind of private sector perspective that would be coming in. But in the end, if you're looking at this from your own public sector entity's view, then you're going to be focusing on the categories that are most relevant to your operations, right? So I don't think that really changes the forward direction for the board in making a decision on Scope 3. It's more that there will be some, when we think about implementation and guidance, that'll be more relevant for preparers than others. My view on that. Karen, you're...
Yeah, maybe I can also add to Alex. I think some of the things that we heard in engaging with our constituents was that it's important that that entities provide that full picture of Scope 3. That we're not asking them for certain categories in the IPSASB guidance to sort of seem like, because all categories should be important if they're material for the entity. And I can recall that we did have a comment on downstream emissions where the entity wasn't so sure. It gave an example of a hospital, and it gave us some interesting questions on how the end of life treatment of hospitals would be, but it was an interesting question. But then we actually went back to some Scope 3 disclosures of hospitals, and you can see there's transport of medical waste. Like how are those the Scope 3 emissions arising from those? And it seemed to us that there's not much difference from in this case between the private and the public sectors.
Thanks, Karen. So I've got Jonah, then Abdullah, then David.
Yeah, I think for us, we've decided to come up with a two-standard solution for climate, both on operations and public policy programs. And so for me, I think Scope 3, because of where the boundaries are going to be, I think it's more suitable for the PPP standard. It does not very well sit within on operations standard. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Jonah. Abdullah, and then David.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm not in support with mandating Scope 3. Could be optional. We could throw materiality element on there, but the complexity of it, the confusion, and the burden to the application, it is easy to say we should mandate, or it's easier to say it, but when you get into practice, when you apply it, it is definitely, it's much burden, risk, confusion, and when you want to apply it. That is one. Second, there are some agreements, international agreements, for government to be responsible for their own territorial emissions. So that is contradicting with the Scope 3. I'm hearing people always using the travel expense thing. That is the easiest thing. The bottom of my ticket, I see the emission coming out of the airlines. But when you go into more complex issues, the provider of the information are not accountants. There is a whole value chain, and the value chain is very complex. How to get into there, how to educate it, how to get it into your systems. That is the complexity out of it. It could be easier to say with them. UK, Canada, New Zealand, or advanced economy. it would be easier to retrieve the information, to report on it, and to have the lens on there. But for other jurisdictions, I think that would be troublesome, and it would be a burden and risk of confusion when they come to reporting. So that's my take.
Thanks, Abdullah. I mean, I think, you know, certainly one of the things that we're going to have to think about if we move ahead with this is transition. And that's quite complex because inevitably it's up for the jurisdictions to decide whether they implement, and then if they implement, how do they approach the implementation. And so you get a lot of the same issues as with cash to accrual and so on, as well as actually whatever transition provisions we put in. So I think, you know, and I think again this goes back to actually, if there's an area of problem in the private sector, it's scope 3. So we, you know, in a sense, that was why staff put deliberately, you know, we will need to come back and think about the area of transition. What we're really just trying to focus on at the moment is the principle that scope 3 is potentially applicable. And then I think you come into that more nuanced, okay, how do we actually allow experience to build, and, you know, so David, then Angela, and I think you've definitely kicked something off there, Abdullah, because I've got a range of other flags up. So, so David.
Thanks, Ian. I mean, I agree with Abdullah. It's complex. It will be complex, but I think there would be a very severe reputational risk to this board if we just decided to make it voluntary or not do it at all. If we're going to align with the principles in S2, then we align with the principles in S2, and that includes scope 3. And I think it'll be interesting to you know, in future meetings when we have the discussion about what transition we might allow, that's where we perhaps can acknowledge some of the difficulties, but we've got to do it, in my view.
Thanks, David. Ross, you want to, yeah, Ross, before Angela. So.
Yeah, just a quick, because I think David hit a really important point, that if we were to do something different than the private sector here, we would need a good reason for that, and we would need to make that clear. And I'm not sure I've heard during the debate a good reason for that yet, because everything we've said about what makes it challenging, I hear the exact same things when we monitor what's happening in the private sector, and, you know, to the same extent. So this is hard in both the private and the public sector. It's not easy.
Thanks, Ross. But arguably, it's also where it makes most change in terms of really focusing the organisations on thinking about this and in their decision making. Angela, and then Sunjin.
Thanks, Chair. I do support the principle of requiring scope 3 emissions in line with S2. I think where there is a challenge is in education and implementation, and there are some really valid questions. And I know that the staff mentioned New Zealand, and we have a legislative, we call it a carbon neutral program. So it's by legislation, all public sector entities have to report their carbon footprint effectively in inventory, and it's designed to reduce emissions as quickly as possible in the public sector. And we do use the scope 3, 15 categories, best endeavours. But I think in practice, when you look at the list of 15, there's sort of two questions. Some are obvious in terms of, oh yes, that makes sense, business travel, staff commuting. To give you a slightly amusing story around business travel, that is one that all the public sector entities could immediately focus on what is their current carbon footprint around business travel. And you might know that we're at the end of the world, so to join any international conference, we have to travel a long way. So our carbon footprint on our business travel as a starting point is quite high. So you may be interested to note that there is no public servant anymore in New Zealand that's allowed to travel business class, because the emissions accounted for an individual travelling when you're in economy or premium economy is much lower, even though the plane is still emitting the same. So a lot of the reductions in the public sector's report in the first year was business travel, by immediately ceasing all business travel. So it's a very, it's a very interesting example, but it's a genuine view that actually if you had more people in the plane, less carbons per person. But I think some of those things like your energy purchases and your waste generation and your business travel and your employee computing, they all make intuitive sense. And then there are some that make intuitive sense, like upstream leased assets or leasing assets, where they make sort of conceptual sense, but how do you measure them? So it's challenging in measuring. But then in the public sector, particularly if you're a certain type of entity, there are some of those categories like end of treatment of sold products, where you go, I don't sell products. So is there an expectation from the IPSASB that I kind of public sectorise that? Do I just say I don't have any products? That's my assumption, zero. But there may be people out there going, well, what's my equivalent of products sold? And I think this is where expectation and clarity, when you have one of the categories, the 15 categories that don't apply. So I think help in educating and implementing and recognising that as a list, it's a good start, but it doesn't necessarily immediately strike you as sort of reflective of a public sector department, say, for example. So I think so I support the IPSASB's principle in requiring it. I think there is something to be said about phasing, or certain categories might be easier than others, but education and implementation, I think, is quite important to help people just grasp the concepts and what we're expecting, at least in the first instance in reporting.
Thanks, Angela. I think undoubtedly, there's going to be a combination of evolving practice in terms of the revision of the GHG protocol, and I suspect there may well be some of the factors you've picked up come through that. And also then I think the question is, to Ross's point, actually probably it wouldn't be the right direction for us to arbitrarily say, well, actually disallow that category or disallow that category. But then there probably is something in terms of, IG or something like that, that actually says, okay, have a think about it and kind of think a bit more laterally about, okay, how does it work with your own operations? Because ultimately that then comes back to, this isn't just about reporting, it's actually about the whole approach of thinking about, governance strategy, risks and opportunities, and metrics comes at the end. So there's something probably in that in terms of how we encourage organisations to think about this. So I've got Sunjin, then Claudia, Mari and Yun.
Thank you, Chair. And for the record, I'm not responding to Abdullah's comment, but this idea comes when I heard about everyone's presentation and Alex's comment about what happened at the zip aside. We talk about business travel and commuting for scope 3 of the government, but what brought my attention out of the 15 categories is category 15's investment or finance emission. So probably I'm thinking too much about the government, especially the central government, but in case of Korean central government, almost 50% of budget is some certain form of transfer, subsidy, grant, so all transfer expense related. if we exclude scope 3, then almost 50% of government spending is getting out of this picture. So I also have been debating about the cost and benefit of mandating the scope 3. But when we think about that dimension of unique aspect of government, I think we need to scope 3, especially for that category 15. But I don't know how this category 15 has been discussed or implemented in the case countries discussed in SIF. So I was trying to ask about more details of those aspects. Thank you.
Thanks. I mean, I do think this comes into the point that actually this isn't just a public sector issue in terms of the challenges involved in this. This is very much a private sector issue. You know, I mean, there was a sort of thing from Sue Lloyd recently saying, you know, everywhere I go, people want to talk about scope 3. So I think, you know, this is a kind of live issue, and I think that's where there's a question about the principle and the approach that we set, and then what we actually put in by way of transition and so on. And I think so in the sense, in terms of just thinking about how we move this conversation forward and come to a conclusion, I think the question is, what's the principle that we want to apply? You know, is there something that's different about the public sector? And then the second point about that is actually then, okay, you know, how do we actually allow for, you know, learning experience and so on? Ross, to you.
Yeah, just a very quick point, and around it being difficult in scope 3, you know, the GHG and the WRI Institute is looking at that. They have an active project, and, you know, we do hope to get involved and be able to share some of the concerns we have here, but there is a limit to the work that we put into our standard to tell people how to use GHG, in addition to getting them to maybe provide more of that guidance themselves. Okay, I think I'm inclined to say let's take a break at this point in time. We're due to break for lunch. I know we've got flags up at the moment, so what I would propose is that we come back and we conclude the discussion after lunch. I think this is really important in terms of how we move forward, and I don't want to lose the, you know, the conversation that we're having. But I do think we've got to think, okay, you know, the decision for us is, do we support the principle that this should be applied to the public sector? And then there's the secondary question in terms of, okay, how do we, you know, what do we need by way of sort of application guidance, and how do we think about the transition? And inevitably there will be an instruction to staff to come back with proposals on transition, you know, but today we want to focus on the principles involved. Okay, so I think, you know, a good morning's work. Have a break for lunch, and then we come back at 1:30, and we'll just literally follow round. And at the moment, I've got Claudia, Mari, Yun, and then Angela. Sorry, no, it isn't Angela, is it? It's Karen. I was looking at Karen. And, apologies, Karen. Who would like to come back at it? No.
so welcome back, everyone. So we're going to carry on with the discussions in terms of Scope 3 GHG emissions. And then in terms of members waiting to contribute, we'll kick off with Claudia, and then Mari, then Yun, and then Karen.
Oh, thank you. I just want to reflect maybe just after the break, the lunch break. We get the responses from the stakeholders that even from the CAC, they see that we should retain with the proposed disclosure requirements. So it's the first point. And for me, the majority things we discussed, it's about implementation. And I remember one of the CAG member had a wonderful idea provided to us. We're using this concept also in the financial instrument standard. It's called something like undue cost and effort. If I don't have data at the moment, maybe then I don't need to provide this information, but next year maybe I will have some data and then I can build on. And additionally, we have some other fantastic concept we forgot always, called materiality. And we should keep it also in mind in Scope 3 presentation. We should only be focused on which is really relevant for them and not only which have at least very small numbers, have nothing to do with impacting or something like that.
Thanks, Claudia. Alex, I think you were going to come in on proportionality.
Yes, yeah, so thank you. Claudia, this is really just to build on what you've said here, because for me, in hearing from the board members, there's two things for us to really take away from this. One is the proportionality mechanism here. So there is a specific guidance here on undue cost and effort, as you've said, Claudia, on the measurement of Scope 3 greenhouse gas emissions. So that's one area to focus on there. The other, of course, is the asterisk that we have on the screen, which is that there is an upcoming discussion for us on transition and the timelines related to that. So that I think that just to say that this isn't kind of as tied as you might think, then there is already consideration around what can be feasibly done by preparers. That's important for the board, I think.
Okay, that's great, but I think it's really important we keep that front of mind. So Mari next, and then Yun and Karen.
My comment is so simple. Back to the two blocks model, IFAX, and it is the public sector is a much stakeholder focus, and the private sector is investor focus, and public sector and among the relationship is so important, and interoperability is so important, and so it is public sector entities. Public sector entities should take initiative to manage the emissions, Scope 3 GHG emissions across its entire value chain. And so it is so important, and public sector entity has a so various connection with the various stakeholders. And so it is so important to promote the Scope 3 GHG emissions. That's my comment.
Thanks, Mari. Entirely agree. Yun, to you next, and then to Karen.
Thank you, Chair. I think Scope 3 is too complex, which will make the standard hard to implement. Because for many entities, they have to spend extra money to hire consulting firm to do the calculation. But for many entities in developing countries, the budget limit is a problem. So I think the voluntary approach may be a better approach. And another side is that align with S2 doesn't mean same as S2. That's my point. Thank you.
Thanks, Yun. I mean, I think we do, we certainly do have to be cognizant of the, the impacts and so on. And it's interesting that you don't get a uniform view of, the drivers and so on. I mean, I think, Ross, you were saying, when you were at ACOA in Kigali, that actually, amongst jurisdictions in Africa, actually, there's a real push to actually implement, and that they see a lot of value in that. So, and part of that is actually getting funding in for the programs, and, that's a very big driver. So I think we have to be quite careful, and as well, it is about the fact that different jurisdictions can choose to adopt or not choose to adopt, and then they can choose what the transition period is before, a bit like with IPSAS 33, before they start the implementation process and so on. And I think we're going to need to think quite carefully about that, because to your point, we don't want, by trying to go too quickly, to impose a lot of additional costs, but equally then, to Mari's point, actually public sector decision making, if they really start to manage their scope 3, that's really important as well. So we have to get a balance, I think. Karen.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I support the principle of scope 3 being there. What has been worrying me is the cost benefit and how we adequately capture that, because we as citizens pay for what governments do. So I think we need to be clear that there's a real case for it, and that cost is not being incurred without any value being derived from it. Not quite clear how we capture that, but I think that that is an important caveat for me. So I have been thinking about that, but I do think that on balance, it is better to have guidance within the standard on this. As you say, jurisdictions can opt to, either not apply it or decide how they apply it. But I think we do want a standard that jurisdictions can implement the whole of. I mean, that's the desirable position, but they have got that choice. I was a bit struck by what you said, Ross, which is about kind of the extent to which we can put application guidance in there, because I think actually that gives us the high grounds on this. If we include it and then explain how we want it to be applied, I think that puts it's in a strong position, and that can take account of things like cost benefit, etc. The other thing that I was thinking about, and having been a preparer for many years, is that when there's something in a standard and you don't apply it, you always have to convince the auditors as to why you haven't applied it. And so when we're talking about the different categories of greenhouse gas, I think we really do need to think about that. And maybe as you look at the categories, it might be that there's kind of another rebuttable presumption that you would do these categories, but maybe you don't do others, and that might be a way of helping to navigate through. But you wouldn't want to have to give every public sector entity the job of having to prove why they don't have to disclose, several of 15 categories. So I think if we can do things to help maybe navigate that a bit better, that might also be helpful.
Thanks, Karen. So, I mean, I think sort of summing up where we've got to, I think, obviously we don't see a public sector reason to depart from requiring scope 3 GHG emissions, but I heard a lot of nervousness around additional burdens, around implementation and so on. And I think, you know, we do need to make sure that there is, you know, appropriate prominence to, for example, thinking about perhaps slightly more broadly, what do the GHG categories actually really mean for a public sector organisation? I think the proportionality points in there become important. And then this point about transition, I think, is going to be really important. And maybe, and I know we did sort of begin to think about it when we did the exposure draft, but again, we're now coming through to finalising IPSAS 33 update, whether there's additional material that we could draw in from there, which is, you know, because I know there we've emphasised the point about the preparations before entities actually start their transition path, and maybe we need to sort of think about how that reads across as well. And then I think there's also just keeping track of generally what's emerging from the IPSASB and the GHG protocol update as well. So there's quite a lot of moving parts. But I think that, you know, in principle, yes, and we'll obviously see a paper back on transition. And I think if you can weave into it those sort of factors, that would be really helpful. Karen?
Yeah, we'll bring back a paper on transition for the July meeting. I know that there were respondents that has suggested a phased approach, and the transition timeline was something that almost all the respondents, even those that supported requiring Scope 3 emissions, had suggested. So maybe that is something that we will bring forward to in the July papers.
Okay, thanks, Karen. Renee.
Yes, I just want to check in to make sure that I understand the outcome. So, so good for the transition. So we're going to be coming back with a proposal on how to offer relief there. Back on proportionality, that's another tool we want to use or maybe emphasize, because I think it's already there, that using the concept of proportionality and applying it to Scope 3, an entity finds in their flexibility to start achieving Scope 3 to the extent that it's practical and they are capable. Is that my understanding? And right now, is it how it's drafted? Or is there an opportunity maybe to be more explicit in our drafting and our guidance to explicitly refer to this concept as it relates to Scope 3, right? Is that also an action or that we're going to take on proportionality? Is it more just clarifying that's already there? Or that's the one part I was just questioning.
Yeah, we can certainly explore that option. Right now, it states that the paragraphs on greenhouse gas emissions should be applied. There's a undue cost or burden consideration to the paragraphs on greenhouse gas emissions, but maybe that isn't made as clear, and maybe, as you said, it could be improved in the wording.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Renee, just for that clarification. It's helpful. Okay, so then, yeah, alignment with us.
All right, so that brings us on to alignment with IFRS S1. So this was included within specific matter for comment number 8, where we asked constituents about the general requirements that were included within the exposure draft. Particularly here, if you'll turn your attention to Appendix B of the exposure draft. This is where we really, in effect, sought to operationalize the standard. So brought the relevant kind of essential elements out of IFRS S1, such that we'd be aligning with the global baseline, that we'd be able to have that consistency in place, and then to be able to have a standard that would work without having to bring through both a transposed IFRS S1 and S2. So what we've suggested here, and maybe actually before I do that, I'll also just say what's included in this, so you have a sense, because there isn't a slide there. So if you go to Appendix B here, it does set out the definitions. So you'll see things like the definition of GPFR, as well as primary user. We have the conceptual foundations in here as well, so things like fair presentation, materiality, which we'll talk about shortly, and as another paper, reporting entity and connected information. We then have the general requirements within Appendix B, and then finally, judgment, uncertainties, and errors. So that's what's covered when we talk about Appendix B and the elements that are brought across to make this operational as a standalone. And the recommendation from staff here is that we retain that proposed alignment within Appendix B, which is very much drawn from IFRS S1. You'll see here there's also an asterisk, as we had in the previous slide on Scope 3, where there were particular things that we called out in SMC 8 relating to the timing and location of reporting. And you'll have seen that listed as issues of principle that we're intending to bring to the board as well as staff. So having that asterisk there as items that we do plan to cover in terms of those issues of principle. Otherwise, this is the broader discussion of maintaining that alignment with IFRS S1 and the proposed language and guidance that we have in Appendix B. So happy to hand back to you then, Ian.
Thanks, Alex. And just to remind us that the context is obviously a lot of these kind of come in from the framework, but the framework is non-authoritative. So we needed to bring them in, and we decided that as we didn't have the time to do S1, but we needed some of these concepts in there, that was the way that we would do it. It leaves us the approach that if at some point in time we do the equivalent of an S1, then we can just remove that appendix in favour of an S1 type standard. So sort of pragmatic, but you know, it gave us what was needed. And in moving forward with public policy programmes, we can draw on that from a standards point of view. So really just open up for comments on that, noting the asterisk in terms of timing and location of reporting. Go for it, Andrew.
So I think for where we are now, it's probably what we stuck with, right? I think it's as you say, I mean, we want to put out own operations by December. It needs certain principles in that. We don't have time to develop a separate S1. So to put it in Appendix B, which is what we've done, is fine. And I mean, yes, we've received some pushback, but in general, people, I think, understand where we're going. I think it does open interesting issues for us next year when we get into the public policy program part of it and the direction we take there and what is relevant, what's not relevant, how do we cross-reference, but also pending what we hear back on the work program in terms of if we start bringing RPGs and making them mandatory, this landscape starts to get messy in my mind. So I think happy with where we are for the short term, shall I call it that? But I do think we need to just have a larger think about the longer term structure of where do we place this and what does that future landscape look like?
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. I'm happy to commit my successor to a discussion on that. No, as facetious, I do agree with you. I think, you know, as we've started to get into, there are some bigger issues about our reporting landscape, and this isn't just about sustainability reporting standards. As you say, it's about the future of the RPGs, and a couple of those might become SRSs, but equally we've also got what do we do with RPG2 and materiality coming down the tracks as well. So there are some quite significant issues, and as you say, we would want to have a holistic approach rather than, you know, kind of, we're not going to get everything in the right place to begin with, but at least if we start off with a view. So yes, I think that's an instruction to staff that, and we'll need to look at it in the context of the work plan consultation. Okay, Karen, you're next.
I'm in the same vein. I don't know that I was using exact. I'm going to say we don't really have a choice in terms of this approach. I think it's a sensible and pragmatic way of dealing with it. But just to sort of effectively restate the point I made earlier, I do think we need to think about the S1 equivalent. And in my mind, we probably should do that before we get too far down the track with other standards that might, come into play. So I agree, it's a work program question in terms of prioritization, but it's going to be very hard to develop some of these other things without an overarching framework. So I do really think that we should be thinking about that as perhaps the next cab off the rank. Thanks.
Thanks, Karen. Scott.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to build on Andrew's. Yeah, I think we're a very practical answer to where we are. I couldn't help but think when I was reading some of the comments that because it's in Appendix B that's different than the main standard, I think sometimes people are not looking at that. And when they're reading too, I think they're forgetting about it's back there. So I don't know if there's any way to do any signposting along the way in the core to remind people it's back there. But I just had the feeling by reading some of the letters, they forgot that part was there. And they were struggling with things that I thought were in the appendix. So I don't know if there's any way to signpost along the way, but it's just an observation.
Thanks, Scott. Alex?
I think two quick things on that, Scott, because it's a good observation for us to reflect on. One is the decision from this morning to move to separate standards. I think that could already help with part of what you're talking about there and the navigating of what was a very complex CD. And the other part would then be the signposting that you've recommended for us to consider whether there's something else we'd add up front in core text to help preparers. Great, thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so if if staff take that way as an instruction to have a look at that in terms of how we can improve the signposting on that, because it is important. Not seeing any other flags raised, so I think as both Karen and Andrew said, it's a pragmatic way forward. It may not be the ideal, but it's workable. So support for that. And then we will see that further paper back then in terms of timing and location of reporting, as well as the signposting point, which is important. So we then move on to materiality.
Excellent. Okay, so on to materiality then, where here I'd like to actually start by bringing us back to some of the board's previous deliberations in this area. And from there, then we can see where we've landed in the exposure draft itself and think about the recommendation that's been offered by IPSASB staff. So to take us back then, this was, I think even if we go further than just back, but outside of the IPSASB, this has been an area that's created a lot of heat within the sustainability reporting landscape, a lot of spilled ink and zeros and ones in the digital world on the word materiality. And I think it was really useful that the board took the time to have its own education sessions on this particular topic. And that was back in October of 2023, hearing from the main standard setters in this area, from IPSASB, GRI, from EFRAG, as well as other stakeholders who came in and provided their view. And I think a real conclusion from that was to focus on the user needs that are particular to the public sector, and actually to try to help in navigating what was often actually more of a kind of labels and set of terminology debate than the kind of the core foundations of what you might be trying to pursue within materiality. And I know we've said this in different fora over the months, Karen, where we talk about the full set of labels that do exist. If you talk about financial impact, double, dynamic, etc. But I think a really important piece that I hope came out for you in the paper was that these are labels that exist outside of the IPSASB's literature. So, and not just that, but also if you look at the IPSASB standards, they don't use the term financial materiality either. That's a concept imported from IFRAG, from the European regional standards, to then apply this concept of financial materiality. So I think it's worth considering what is creating a lot of heat and noise, and what's actually particularly relevant within the context of our suite of standards, and what's relevant within the sustainability reporting landscape that we're aligning to here. And what that brought the board to previously then was making use of the existing materiality definition that exists within the IPSASB's conceptual framework. And without reading you the entire slide on this, I think what I'll pull out particularly is the focus on the discharge of accountability and on decision-making. And then when we look at primary users here as well, and we particularly then focus on service recipients and resource providers. So in comparison to where we'd look at this for an ISSB perspective, very focused, a laser focus really on investors from that perspective. Of course, a much broader set of stakeholders that we are considering within the public sector landscape then. Now, it wasn't just that we had this alignment to the ISSB conceptual framework. Alongside that, you'll also see in the guidance that we've drawn from GRI universal standards, so GRI 3, which sets out how you identify the material information for disclosure. And that was felt that was another very relevant element to bring in engaging with the broader stakeholder base. So that's from understanding the entity's context, identifying your potential outcomes, risks, and opportunities, and then determining what material information would exist for disclosure. So we saw the relevant guidance there from the GRI suite of standards within their universal standards as well. So that's come together then to create what was brought to constituents within the exposure draft when they were looking at materiality. And of course, there was a lot coming back on this, right? And as you would expect, there's a lot coming back because this is an area of significant debate in the sustainability reporting landscape. What I'd point out in it, though, is that a lot of that is applying those external labels. And maybe those labels can be helpful to us to some degree, but I'd at least caution that we think about this within the context of the IPSASB's suite and its core concepts that are on offer. Maybe the other thing that I'd want to mention before I'd hand back to Ian and we open up is, of course, the work that the IPSASB is doing on making materiality judgments and the project that's in place for that, including ED 93, the definition of materiality. And in that, there's 3 phases. And the third phase is focusing on materiality in IPSASB SRS, in the sustainability reporting standards, where we're proposing that there would be the development of guidance on making materiality judgments. There's already a bit of a forward view here on providing additional guidance around making materiality judgments in a public sector context, because I think that is going to be really important and something we don't want to ignore in the future work program. So I'm happy to leave it there for the moment, Ian, but unless there's anything else you want to cover before we open up.
I think it's just reminding us about the discussion that we had when we were in Riyadh in December when we discussed the project brief for the project you've just alluded to there, Alex. And I think, what we were trying to balance in that discussion was moving that one forward, but also getting the differentiation between what was required in terms of financial reporting, not getting ahead of the ISSB, who then just recently issued that additional guidance alongside practice statement 2. So that was, and we also didn't want to get ahead of the discussion that we're having today in doing that. So we were trying to balance off all of those various different factors. So I think it's just useful to reflect on that. So I think with that, I think you covered it very well in the paper. And I think really the question for members is, have they seen anything in the responses that would really cause us to rethink the approach of relying on materiality as in the framework in terms of going forwards? Mike, start us off.
So thank you, Chair. Well, good news. First of all, we can, from my point of view, we can retain the current definition for the time being, but having in mind that if everything runs well, project phase for materiality part 3 ends mid-2027, so some time to go. And I think the respondents clearly showed us that there's uncertainty, what we mean, the unclearance, and add that materiality. If you issue a sustainability standard, that is, to my mind, the first thing which is discussed, even if you look in web contributions and other literature. And hence, I'm of the opinion that what you proposed here, to put the explanation into the BC, that is not the right place of the standard. I think it's much more important, the topic explanation on why we have chosen the definition from the contract framework, that my proposal would be at least to put 1 or 2 paragraphs into the authoritative guidance, into the core text, that you have on the first glance some explanation what we mean, and then you can refer to the BCs, to the later parts, because otherwise I think it's somewhere lost if it's just put in the BCs only. Thank you.
We want to come back, Alex, yeah.
Yes, yeah, so that really good observation for us there, Mike, and that was something that was picked up in the responses, that for many, they weren't able to navigate to the descriptions and the guidance around materiality. And I think that's a good one for staff to take away, to see if we can give it sufficient prominence that it just gives that extra bit of clarity when we move ahead with own operations to start.
Okay, thanks, Mike. You know, and I think that is important. We respond to constituents' comments in that way. Angela.
Thank you, Chair. And I find this is quite a challenging topic to, in a new evolutionary area, to know what is material. And while I support the staff recommendation, I do feel that we will need some guidance, implementation guidance, to help people in climate risks and opportunities, what is material. And I just wanted to highlight, you may already be aware of it, but the Australian Government Department of Finance has a very good, in my view, a very good materiality guidance for climate risks and opportunities. And they actually use a word that I find really helpful, which is what is meaningful, which is behind materiality. And I immediately reacted in a positive way to that, like what is meaningful in the context of my entity, my operations, my risks. And they even go a little bit further to say it's, you know, meaningful and a significant impact on your entity, or actually your ability to deliver services. And that has a sense of lifting this up to a really important information for users. They do then go on to provide a lot of guidance on how you would apply that principle. But the thing I liked about the Department of Finance's guidance is I think it fits quite nicely with our concept of materiality, but puts more flesh on the bones in terms of how to start thinking about it. So that's just one source that I'm aware of. There may be others, but I think applying this, and Karen's reminded me that as a preparer, those judgments, particularly materiality judgments about what you've put in and what you haven't in any kind of report, can be a source of great debate. And sometimes it's very hard. Well, I didn't think it was material. You know, it costs a lot of money to get that information. I'm not going to spend all that money. How useful is it? But in this space, we're still testing what is useful for users. So I think anything that we can help preparers and users understand what we mean by material, and even to the point we're using lay terms almost rather than technical sort of financial reporting terms, the better. But anyway, it's a great source, I think. So yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Angela. And I think, you know, there is a lot of material out there, and I think we're going to need to work out what's the balance in terms of, if you like, working out what we think is sort of relevant, useful for our constituents, and also our ability to actually, if you like, work through that and kind of internalize it for our standards. So it may well be that we need to think about, okay, you know, on the website, here's some useful, potentially useful materials. And I know we've already done that. And, you know, and it may well be then, to Mike's point, you know, if we're not going to come up with actually our own sort of non-authoritative guidance on this, then maybe, you know, there's sort of something that's there in the interim which could be relevant, and we might also kind of think about, okay, is that part of our process of internalising that at the same point in time? So I think if we leave that as an instruction to staff, that as you go through this process, have that thought process in mind, partly what does our own implementation work programme look like, but also is there some stuff which is, hey, this isn't the whole deal, but go and have a look at it because it'll help you get started, type of thing. Karen, then Abdullah, and then Andrew.
Thanks, Chair. I think in some ways you almost kind of said what I was going to say on this. I mean, I think it is a really tricky place in which we find ourselves at the moment with the decisions about when we're going to get to materiality on sustainability a little bit further down the track, but this standard coming out ahead of that. But we are where we are with that, but it is, I think, tricky ground to navigate. And I think we do need to provide some guidance to help people understand this, because it's not not an area that people are familiar with right now. And so if you look at kind of what is material information, well, what is material information? Because it's not information that currently exists. So if you are, you know, an entity looking at this, I think you need something to help you work that out. And also when it comes to the kind of the assurance side of it, for those who are providing assurance, having some idea about what was in mind when we're talking about materiality as well. So it may be that we point to other resources or whatever, but I think we have to have something to help people focus on what do we mean, what do we expect when we're talking about you know, material information being disclosed. I think otherwise it's going to be very hard for people to apply, because they might be familiar with the financial, but we're kind of into by nature here, and you know, I don't think people will have got their head around that yet. So anything we can do to help will be positive, I think.
Thanks, Karen. So I think if we do look at it in that way, that, you know, we've got our own programme of what we think will be required in terms of implementation guidance, but actually, as staff are, you know, already aware, but also, you know, in moving towards the final standard, you know, coming across stuff, I think it's still useful to actually make sure that we signpost that from, you know, I know we've got a resource page, but we can signpost from that. So it's not an official piece of guidance, but it's at least something, you know, and we've got a kind of coming soon type of feel. And I do think, you know, to that funding point, actually, I think if we've started to build a kind of, right, okay, this is what we see as needed, it puts something more concrete that potentially that potential supporters might be able to get behind. Abdullah, then Andrew, then Renee.
Thank you, Chair. And again, I'm not sure about if we want to have the same definition for materiality like that we have for financial reporting, for a couple of reasons. The first thing comes in my mind, sustainability reporting is about impact. I'm not trying to bring something we've discussed in the past, but this was my thinking process. You could spend a lot, but the impact on sustainability is not as much as if you are spending. So that element, I would want to see an element of impact. We might have add some flexibility, and we have something to add in there, improve the language, talking about the impact part of it. You might be spending less, but having with the sustainability reporting is different than the financial reporting, and we are talking about diverse public sector where they are regulating, they are responsible for the holistic strategic for the national level. So when you are looking into materiality as just one, probably you would want to have, we might end up with dual materiality. And this is something we are discussing in my jurisdictions. I started off with the financial materiality perspective once. We're talking about non-accountants, people who are talking about land deteriorations, something beyond only climate things. So then you look into the impact side of it, then you look into the flexibility that you might want to add or probably put something on jurisdictional level instead of just saying this is your financial materiality and you have to stick with that. So there's
Ross, back on that.
So I want to come back to the labels aspect of this, because I mentioned earlier about labels, and Abdullah, you've just made a comment that is, I think I see a lot in the comment letters too. We've got a lot of comments influenced by a label that others attach to our definition of materiality. Nowhere in our standard do we say this is the same financial materiality, or even call it financial materiality as per financial statements. The definition in our proposed guidance comes right from the framework that was developed for general purpose financial reports. So that's financial statements plus outside the financial statements. It doesn't talk about financial metrics. It talks about information that, if omitted, misstated, or obscured, could reasonably be expected to influence the discharge of accountability of the entity, the decisions of the primary users make the entity's general purpose financial reports. So a lot of the comments we got go off on tangents about financial this, double materiality, dynamic materiality, all concepts that we didn't propose. The board did discuss, and there wasn't much engagement with the actual words on materiality and what that meant. Is more ideological views on different notions of materiality that are completely outside what we've disclosed. So I do think it's important to come back to what we actually proposed and the valid comments we got on what we'd proposed, not what we didn't propose, because we purposely didn't use impacts, and the board discussed that. We talked about the direct outcomes that come from the board's actions when we're talking about public policy programs, which brings in a different perspective on this wording around materiality and how it's applied. So I think it's really important that we go back to what the words were we've proposed, and we focus on that and refining those to get them right, and not reacting to discussions on labels of financial or non-financial, because I don't think the words we proposed had any of those elements in them.
I mean, the other thing that you sort of picked up on it, Ross, but actually we made a very deliberate decision as a board that we were not going to use the term impacts, because impacts is a concept that is used by GRI. We agreed that we would focus on outcomes, and that fits with our literature in terms of service delivery, inputs, outputs, outcomes. Outcomes as, yes, they're direct impacts, but they're not all impacts, which is what GRI require. And so therefore, again, that gets you to its materiality in the context of, as used in the framework, and it focuses on outcomes, not impacts more broadly. And that was a very deliberate choice that we made. And I think it also is consistent then with concepts around integrated reporting and so on, which I think are really important. And it does fit with this. This is part of a process in terms of governance strategy, risks and opportunities and metrics. So it's quite, the whole thing actually is an integrated approach. And it doesn't, if you look at the reporting landscape and some of those discussions, that doesn't mean that people don't want to focus on other forms of impact. It doesn't mean that there's not value in some of the GRI metrics and so on, but that's the broader reporting landscape. It's outside general purpose financial reports, which is what we're setting standards for. So actually, I think it's quite important to look at this as a whole with those various other aspects. We haven't done an S1 framework at the moment, and it does come into the boundaries of what GPFRs actually are. But I think if we look at it in that kind of emerging context, that will start to take us to a more holistic approach and something that's also, sorry, I'll leave it at that, a more holistic approach. I saw you hovering, Abdullah. Do you want to come back in on that?
No, I will stop at that. We'll have an offline discussion with
I mean, I think it's, it is tricky, this, which is why we're having the conversation today. And we are going to have to think about how we articulate these things going forwards. I think it's going to be really important. I saw you nodding, Andrew, to you anyway, in terms of interventions now.
And I think that's probably my point, is the articulation, I think, is incredibly difficult. I think materiality as a concept is incredibly difficult. I think our concept of materiality is next level difficult because it's so broad and because we're now using it across multiple types of reporting, and maybe it's the same reporting to Ian's point, but I think it does start to add complexity into this. So I mean, I'm comfortable with keeping the concept of materiality as we have now and drafting guidance to try and support that. I think when we do that, though, we cannot ignore the fact that we are in a world where people are used to concepts, particularly in the sustainability space, about double materiality, impact materiality. And I think we have to address those issues in our guidance to say what is it in our guidance and what does this mean? How does it compare to these others so that we can help people get their heads around that? Because I know at least when I've had discussions with people around our definition of materiality and how does this apply, and they go, oh, but it's a double materiality. And you go, well, yes and no. And you can see the wheel starts spinning very quickly. So I think we do need to put things out here. Yeah, I'm very cautious to say what I'm going to say next, but I almost feel because it is such a fundamental concept that comes in here, I do wonder whether some of the guidance that we're proposing needs to be authoritative and actually go into the Appendix Bs. And the reason I say that very hesitantly is, one, I'm not sure what they would look like. So I almost want to leave it with staff, go away, look at the guidance and just keep that in the back of your mind. But sort of to argue against myself with that, though, I then have the caution of we've also got to be careful that whatever we put and design around the concept of materiality for this suite of standards, well, we're using the same materiality on the financial reporting suite with the accounting things. And so we've got to be careful not to break something there as well. So, yeah, happy with the direction of travel, but just wanted to mention, one, the caution, and two, just keep in mind, is there something that perhaps needs to go into authoritative given the problems that we have in the landscape?
Thanks, Andrew. I mean, I think, if you look at the reason why the IPSASB has gone the way that they have in terms of not issuing authoritative guidance, but putting, out guidance the way they have, I think that speaks to this as an evolving space. And I think, therefore, that means it's quite tricky for how we approach it. And again, I think that maybe comes down to, we've got a transitional issue here, which is, I think we're going to need to be able to refer to guidance that users may find helpful, even although, and we probably have to be explicit, we have not reviewed this in the context of our standard, but if you're, pending our work on this, here's somewhere to actually go. Because I think we need to be careful not to get ahead of IPSASB. We need to be careful not to get ahead of our own work on making materiality judgments. So there's quite a difficult balance, I think. And also, we do have the framework, and the framework was specifically addressed at a time when we were developing the first RPGs, which is why we went across financial and non-financial reporting, and that has been helpful for us in starting in this space. So I think there's quite a few different, as you say, I think we've got to be very careful not to break something. So I just think we've got quite a delicate balance in what we put out. Renee.
Yes, thank you. So the discussion has evolved since I raised my flag first. So I agree with staff's recommendation, but it's the same struggle I've been having. Is the feedback we got demonstrate that there's a lack of understanding, and we need to take that and do something with it. So we need more guidance. But Andrew basically just said what I had in my mind, is that and as it's been summarized, we have to be careful. The level of authority of the guidance. I was also debating, should there be something more in our AGs and our authoritative guidance, or I can understand the risk of this. So I'm not going to go further. I think that we know what we have to do. We have to do something. We have to do more. But I think we need to give staff the time to maybe come back with what the hierarchy of this would look like. Thank you.
Thanks, Renee. I mean, I think we knew that this was going to be tricky, and I think, so that's perhaps where maybe we can say more in the basis for conclusions. I think we've already got the staff instruction that we need to make sure that general requirements are more clearly signposted. So there's probably something around those that we can do. I think we need to be careful, as Ross was saying. We don't want to get into people thinking about double materiality and financial materiality and all that kind of thing. But there probably is more that we can do around the balance on those and getting something more into basis of conclusion. I think we were a bit sort of hesitant about it when we were doing it. So let's take a stand back, and I think instruction staff is to think what more can we do, which will sort of balance some of the things that we're hearing now, and also the fact that we know we've got this project coming, and we know, Karen.
So just very quickly, I'm sympathetic to what Andrew was saying about putting stuff into the authoritative guidance, because it's clearly something that people are looking for, but I also think it's probably not the right way to go, because it might become a hostage to fortune, and as we go down the path. So I would think there might be some difficulties in going that way, but I did wonder whether we could look at some illustrative examples of the application of materiality, because that might help people work out what we're talking about here, and like I keep saying, what is material information, and help people understand what that might look like. Because I think this is so new that seeing it, many people might not have seen it yet. So that might be helpful as perhaps another avenue worth exploring.
So I think in terms of looking at this, I mean, obviously we've got the presentation coming up tomorrow, which will be the prelude to, it was really the start of phase, the second stage of the materiality project. And I think, maybe the instruction staff should be assuming that, nobody's going to make an argument for moving away from conceptual framework materiality, is then to request staff to actually give us the options in terms of how we approach this, recognising all of those various different challenges. Because I think if we get, to your point, Karen, if we get into examples, I mean, that's really kind of what the second stage of materiality will start to do for financial reporting. And then I think that's where, again, the third stage, when we start to put, that's what that will do. So we need to be very careful not to get ahead of that. So it's all quite delicate stuff, I think, this. And I recognise what you say. I mean, we need to, ultimately we do need to provide guidance, but I'm not sure that we're in a position that we can actually do that unless, So I think let's see what staff can advise on how far we can go to begin with, and then how we can progressively provide some more guidance. Back on that.
I think I agree. I think we should explore what we can do. I think we just also need to be very careful that we don't create a standard that is unimplementable, because people don't actually understand how to implement it. So there's a tricky balance there, but we've got to be mindful that, you know, we create something here that people can work with and can move forward with. We don't leave too many unanswered questions that mean that actually practically people can't use it. So I think that's the sweet spot that needs to be found.
Well, and I think that goes back to the point as well that actually from the website, I think we can reference people to sources of guidance which will help them. And then also we need to think about what's our program of implementation guidance look like, so that in a sense, actually, you kind of draw it from the this might be helpful to actually here is our help. And that comes back to capacity in the end. And, you know, to Angela's point, you know, the Australian guidance might well be something that here, this is helpful to start off to get you started. Because we can't own stuff that we haven't ourselves actually reviewed. That's the challenge. And we're back then right into that. You know, if we do that and spend time on that, then we haven't got time for public policy programs. So, Angela.
Thank you, Chair. And it's just a small point. Abdullah's reminded me about, I guess a lot of comment letters might have been interested in about impacts and impact materiality. And I wondered, in the context of S2, climate-related risks and opportunities, I had always, I have thought about sort of climate impacts coming through S2 effectively through scope 1 to 3 emissions, that sort of broader carbon footprint. And even though we call it metrics and disclosures, that's where I actually have always seen that as the proxy. What is your, as an entity, what is your impact on the climate? And it was just an idea. I wondered whether in the basis, and obviously this goes back to the IPSASB. So the question is, have I got that connection? Does that connection, is that where the IPSASB also kind of felt that scope 1, particularly scope 3, is really trying to drive in a practical sense, in a disclosure sense, that is about sort of impacts on your impact on the climate. And if that is the case, I wonder if it is something that can be drawn out in the basis, kind of responding a little bit to Andrew's, how are we dealing with some of these other ideas of materiality without polluting our sort of our materiality definition? Just a thought.
So, I mean, the reason why we went for direct impacts and outcomes is precisely that it's consistent then with, you know, GHG protocol on scope 1, 2, and 3. Those are your direct impacts. And that concept came from the TNFD guidance, actually, that they have that idea about direct and indirect, and I think there's a third category that they have in there. But, you know, so I think it is consistent, but we clearly need to articulate this, and I think we can do that. We can probably do a better job on that. Scott, you've been waiting to come in.
Yes, thank you, Ian. Two comments. One, I'd like to go back to Andrew's comment. Sometimes we can help people understand what it is by telling them what it's not. So I think if we can, to some of the definitions out there that it's not, maybe we can use the basis conclusion to explain why that's not and help with, maybe that'll clarify what this is. The other comment I have is if you look at the definition here, I think the most two important words in the whole definition of materiality is primary users. And because it's all driven on that, it's all driven on what the primary users are. And so the primary users is defined in 2.3 to 2.6 of the concept statement. We may want to go read those again to see whether you believe they have a sustainability or climate lens on it. I just read those, okay? So there may be some way to be able to use information in there that talks about the primary user to help our preparers understand what we mean here. So one way to get at materiality and maybe helping them understand primary users. That's sort of my emphasis, and maybe that's dangerous, but that is to me the most important thing is when you're talking about materiality, you got to get your head in the users or the primary users. And is there some suggestions or something we can do in that area to help clarify that? Just a thought.
Thanks, Scott. So I think it's not a bad thing to actually draw people back to, primary objectives of financial reporting and who those, what the objectives are, what the primary users are. So that probably does help, but again, we've got to just be very careful about getting ahead. So to your point about telling people what it's not, Ross was nodding at that, and I think the basis for conclusions probably is quite a good vehicle on that, because we can say it's not double materiality, it's not financial materiality, that kind of thing. And yes, we could remind people, think about, who the primary users actually are. Ross?
I think we've got a good basis for updating the basis, because we got all those comments about everything but our own materiality. We can clarify for those constituents that we had our proposed definition for a reason, and we didn't go with these others because they're beyond what we're looking for with our definition, and clarify that.
I mean, on the basis for conclusions as much as the core text and so on, I think actually, whilst we've not got, if we're aiming for the end of the year, that's not a limitless amount of time, but I think we're still essentially now we've got comments from our in the feedback of you weren't clear about this, you weren't clear about that, we need to be clear about that. So we have got the opportunity to now take a stand back and say, right, okay, if we reread the basis for conclusions, does it really articulate what we think about this? And are we clear enough? And is there something more that we should put up front in the core or application guidance, or is there more, implementation guidance or whatever? So I think we can be more deliberate, given that we've now taken some really important decisions today, which give staff a clear framework to work within in terms of, that it is focused on own operations. We're aligning. So I think we've given you a lot of clarity now, and use that clarity then in terms of actually starting to really kind of sharpen the focus and how we communicate that. So I'm looking at, I don't think anybody's said we shouldn't use materiality in the framework, but a lot is about communication. It's about how much guidance can we give, what can we sketch out in terms of the way forward. Are there any other points on materiality? I think good. Okay. So I think back to staff then, and this is really where we start to look at the way forward in terms of the timetable and our expectations on that. And I think it would just be good to have a final conversation about that, given what we've actually discussed today. Are there additional points of emphasis that members see in that? So Alex, Karen, I'm not sure which one of you is going to.
Yeah, so for the next meeting, I think one thing that we discussed just now was materiality. We'll aim to bring back those options to you, and as well as what we discussed on Scope 3 greenhouse gas emissions just now, another discussion on the possible transition timeline, which will involve Scope 3 greenhouse gas emissions, and then also general requirements. We'll get to some of those. We've decided that we will align with IFRS S1, the relevant parts of S1, and we will look at some more detailed issues involved there, including the timing and location of reporting. And then we'll also aim to bring back to you an outline of the structure of the ED, so how it will look like. And there there wasn't a general consensus that we will be splitting the ED. So we will, staff will be working on that and bring back a draft ED maybe in, I think in September.
I'll be a draft final pronouncement.
Oh, it's draft final pronouncement.
Okay, so I think, we've got to, we've given staff clarity today in terms of direction and, okay, there's more elaboration, but I think we've got a clear work programme. We know that we're going to need to have a look at some firmer proposals on moving forward with, I'll call it part 2, phase 2, whatever we call it, in terms of public policy programmes, because we have got some important questions to answer there in terms of how much of a rethink, how much building on, and what the timeline is. So, I would suggest that actually that might be something that we want to actually put on the agenda for September when we've got a bit more time, and also it will interface with the final conversations that we have about the work programme consultation and so on. So that may well sit better. So if we have the check-in focus on the areas that Karen's just indicated, and then we have that conversation about fitting it in the broader landscape in September, that's probably quite helpful. Okay, so I think that brings us to the end of the item today. I think that's Karen.
Ask a quick question on the various groups that are on page 24 and 25 of the paper, to clarify that they are all advisory groups and the output of those groups will be brought into this meeting. I'm just checking from a due process point of view how that is intended to work, because the time frames are quite short, so just be helpful to understand how that's going to work.
Ross, do you want to pick that one up then? I mean, it goes back to, we haven't changed our governance. The group that we need to be advised by is the CAG. These other groups don't have the same status. They're groups that we've created to bring advice into the board.
And board members are all invited to the SRG and SIF meetings next quarter.
Yeah, I mean, it is all open, but as you say, Karen, it's very important. They are advisory to the board. Ross.
Yeah, just to kind of make that clear, anything that comes out of those groups that would drive any decision at the board would have to end up in a paper where we describe it and the board has to take the decision, and no decisions will be made. Any members, TAs that want to participate in any of those groups can come and listen along. Can't guarantee they'll always be at the most convenient time of the day. We have been running the SIF in 2 sessions to try and make it easier. So depending on which session you pick, you get a different experience because we have different implementers. But, if time's not an issue, come to both. They're great. What it really helps, I find the SIF in particular, and we're just learning how to use it, is you're really hearing from people who are dealing with these issues and they're thinking about it every day. And they kind of get past the conceptual debates and they tell you their real problems, as well as some of their successes, which is nice to hear that, the people thinking about this and dealing with it as part of their day-to-day job, they have a lot of insights that we can benefit from. And they have a lot of challenges they want us to bring back to the board, and we'll continue to do that.
Thanks, Ross. Angela.
Thanks, Chair. And I just do want to say thank you so much for inviting members as observers to both the SRG and the SIF meetings, and a big thank you for operating the SIF meetings in different time zones. Really appreciate that. So thank you so much. It was really the middle group in the paper, CTWG. So it talked about, I think that's our climate working group, and I think that's mainly board, but it also talked about board members as issue owners for this phase of the project. And I guess I'm just thinking there's not much time between June and December, and there's some quite clear instructions. Do you still intend to operate board members as issue owners between now and the 31 December sort of deadline for the S2 equivalent?
Ross?
So I really like the issue owners, and I found it really helped us do the exposure draft and finalize some of the tricky issues, because we have some great members around the table that are good thinkers, and they're part of the decision-making process, so it helps us. So we've been thinking about that, and we wanted to see how today went, and who had maybe a spark of a bright idea on some of these harder problems that might want to help the staff kind of move the issues forward. So that's exactly why we didn't tell you before. So I kind of partly joking, but not. I kind of want to go back and watch the tapes again and maybe really think about who we might approach. But even when we did it last time, it's a voluntary approach. So, we'd find a member who, one, had a basis of understanding of the issue, an interest in helping work with staff to take it forward. It does take a lot of effort. I mean, the issue owners, it was Scott, Andrew, and Renee last time. I know they put a lot of effort into it, and we kind of took up a good chunk of their summer at different points. Thankful for them for their time. So I don't want to put anybody on the spot today, but we might reach out to a couple members on specific issues to get some help and some thinking, because I think we really heard a lot of good ideas on how to take things forward, and now we got to try and figure out how to do that, and we might need a little help along the way. I do think it helps the debates, because I think you have a member who's been in the thinking with staff to help advocate and understand the thinking that's gone into the proposal, and then to refine it after the board goes around it a couple times and get it over the finish line. So I do think it would be useful. I don't have specific ideas at the moment on who it might be.
Yeah, I mean, just to endorse that, I think, very much I appreciated the support of those members. I think it really helped in terms of the way that we ran the September board meeting. And I don't actually think we could have got to finalising the exposure draft, without that initiative. So I think it, personally, I felt it really helped in getting us all there. I think the other point is the climate topic working group. In a way, I think we felt, that was a really good way of actually getting upfront national and international standard setters into the process. And I think maybe our feeling was that we would want to use those relationships that we'd built on a targeted basis rather than as a group going forwards, that we kind of saw the issue owners being actually something that now that we've got all this feedback, actually what we're trying to do is actually really synthesize that and make sure that we as a board, so it's kind of, but again, to Ross's point, we didn't want to get ahead of the discussions that we were going to have at this meeting, because then that would give us the direction, and then we could work out what mechanisms we need to really get us there in terms of finalising the guidance. So there's some sort of thoughts that's required in terms of, okay, given what we've heard and given where we know the issues are going to be, right, okay, now how do we actually harness the resources of the broader group, not just board members, but also TAs and national standards, so on. So watch this space. But we will be reaching out, no doubt.
Don't put a blocker on my email address.
Okay, that's great. Well, thank you very much to staff. There was a lot of effort and thought that went into the papers. Perhaps to just underline, that there have been regular weekly calls that staff have had with me and with Ross and so on to sort of help shape and make sure that the papers help the board with the discussions. I think we've had really good discussions today, which have actually got further, I think, than we thought we might, actually. You know, we wanted to allow the time to make sure we had the fundamental discussions. I think it's been really good that all the board members have had a chance to input, because it was going to be really important that the board actually as a whole owns the way forward. So I think thank you very much to board members and to TAs, you know, for helping prepare the board members, and it's given us a good way forward. We do need to think about the communication point. I think that came through very strongly in terms of how we communicate what the board's intentions are and why it's come to the conclusions that it has. But I think we've got the ammunition, we've got the thinking now that we need on that. So thank you very much, everyone. That now brings us to the end of the formal business for today. We're 15 minutes ahead of schedule, but I think you've earned that 15 minutes back. And I think there are various other staff may well be wanting to get input on various different things during the remainder of today. So that concludes the formal business for today. We've got that collaboration time for use, and then we reconvene tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Okay, thanks everyone.